Hello, YouTube. One moment. Let me fix my audio because my audio is messed up. Guest alarm. I know. Is my thing not moving? There we go. Now it's moving. Dude, let's pick up my voice before. Hello, YouTube. Why isn't the scan capturing? Oh, that's why. There we go. Yeah, let me go ahead and do the promotions for everybody, and then we'll get started. Today's just going to be a very chill stream. Not much going. All right. Yeah. Okay, so the MO for today, as you saw on the stream title, and you'll probably see it. It's going to be getting back to where I was in the Shining Force save file back on Tuesday. Because I figured out how to actually save if pressing F5. Because that makes quick save successful. As you saw, well, it was in the top left, so you probably didn't see it. I don't know. It's going to be casually training up units and getting back to where we were, and then once I get back to where we were, I'm going to stop. So, you're not going to see any new progress in the story, but you're going to just see me hanging out doing this, because that's what I've been doing recently in between my time of actually preparing for the game. I forget, is anyone dead? No, okay. Alright. I'm a bit frazzled because I woke up recently, but I want to give people time to join. So, I am going to go back. That took a little bit longer, simply because I had to help my parents bring in groceries. They just got home. They're like, bring on supplies. I'm like, okay. I had to go help them bring on supplies. You know, usual stuff I have to do on Friday. Friday is grocery day, after all. It doesn't look like anyone's in the chat anyway, so that's fine. Let's move this. I made some hot pockets. I need those. How we do our stream? Move my glass of water. Under my microphone. Okay, what are we doing? No, I never thought to actually use controller. I don't need to. Alright. Okay. Right. So, does everyone have at least one medicinal item? Yes. I have to make sure everyone has at least one medicinal item. Not like a full stack of medicinal items, but like one at least. That way, in case they need to heal themselves or an ally next to them, and they got nothing else they need to do on that turn. Or, if they just have nothing else they need to do on the turn, and they just want to, like, heal an injury that they have, then they can do it. Okay, so the MO that I laid out before. We repeat a battle if either 1, someone levels up, or 2, someone dies. And the reasoning for this is simple. Number 1, in case someone levels up. And that is because, oh hey, that means that this battle still gives enough experience that it's actually worth grinding. 2, if someone dies, that means I'm so weak that I actually need to keep training. Those are the 2 criteria. Wait, something funky. Something funky. I'd say it's 0 minutes. Huh. Hold on, let me check something. If I hop to my screen, will it say that I'm live? Real check. Oh, no, it does say that I'm live. Okay. Making sure. For some reason, my one thing says I'm at like 0 minutes, even though I'm at 20 minutes, but whatever. I'm just making sure that I was actually live. I thought it was. Sorry, I was about to restart the stream. I'd be like, wait a minute. I was like, wait a minute, am I actually live? Am I not? But no, I am live. Thought that might have been I need to put some more. One moment.
And I drank it besides. Talking to my dad.
Alrighty.
Let's get back to it.
So, yeah, I said before, we're catching up to where we were last Tuesday. This is just a variety Friday, so it's just a variety show. The MO for these fights is if someone levels up, we repeat the fight. If someone dies, we repeat the fight until we complete the fight without someone dying. And by repeat the fight, I don't mean reset. I mean as in, we just egress out and keep on the someone leveled up. So that means that once I get all the way down to just the knight, I'll repeat the fight. Welcome here, unlike the stream yesterday, where you go on Tuesday, it's going to be a lot more chill, a lot less, just, you know, trying to get stuff done, do story. This is just more very saw a lot of the story, and once we get back to where we were, I'm just gonna cut stop and do side quests. So, this is just a catch-up day. I'm just using this Friday as a catch-up day, because I haven't been keeping up with games, mainly just because I have a D&D campaign coming up, and I've been prioritizing that over catching up on Final Fantasy. So, yeah, that's the reason why I'm doing it. Yeah. This is why I'm doing this. There's nothing else to there. Sure, kill the Dark Lord. Also, since last Tuesday, I figured out how to actually save this game without having to click out and go save. I can press F5, which you can't see what, in the top left, you can see that quick save. Granted, if there's a chat going, you would not be able to see. Because the chat was completely covered up. As so. Hi, you can. But if the chat is not covered, this will definitely go up on YouTube, and this will be part of the Shining Force playlist, definitely, but it's not like a mainline episode, it's a variety Friday one, but it's going to be kind of a side story episode of the main one. So, it will be in the main one. You could, if you're watching this in the future on YouTube and you just want to see the full playthrough of Shining Force, you can go ahead and skip this too. But if you just want to see me chill out and just play some video games for like 6 hours, then welcome. Feel free to keep watching on YouTube. By the way, I upload all my streams on YouTube. On YouTube, I record these live on Twitch. Oh, you need to heal and you need to heal Luke. I record myself live on Twitch a week before I upload these videos. In either case, I have a Discord server where I'm currently hanging out in Stream Chat, and as we saw yesterday, that can get pretty hectic. There's a bunch of people join in, but go ahead, join the chaos. It sounds fun to me. I might as well. Well, I have them for. Or if you're injured and you have nothing else to do with it. You, however, will heal always say that fine. That's better than that wasted gold. Then let's egress out of here. I can never get tired. This game is awesome. Blurb. Luke. What? Alright, finish them up. Oh! Han's rolled up to me for a hang in there. You can heal. Hans, you're hurt. Hans. Heal this. You, now, rush in and get a big old one. the idea. There's gonna be 5.5 more hours of this. Unless we actually manage to get back to where we were, in which case we're just going to go to Final Fantasy running there since I quested. Also, something you'll notice different about this stream compared to my other stream for this game is I'm not going to be reading any of the dialogue really. One, I have the dialogue memorized, and two, they still hurt. Two, I have all the dialogue memorized, and also this is not a mainline episode, so I'm just going to be skipping through the dialogue. And also three, we've already read a lot of it in the last two. Now, there's a bunch of random villagers well, but not all of them is fine. One of what they say, buy this game. It's a really fun game. It might not look it, but trust me, when you play this, it's more fun than you think. Also, it's not that hard of a game. I'm going to readily admit right now, it's not that hard of a game. Especially if you play marginally intellectual in any capacity. This is not that hard of a game. Play smart at all in any capacity. On. Know what to do. Which, me doing this self-imposed system is partially just me making the game more interesting by going like, oh hey, I'm just going to... Really, you don't need to super turn up your fights. It just makes it easier. And also, it makes battles last longer. Otherwise, you can breeze through the game very quickly, and I don't really want to breeze through the game very quickly. So, I'm doing this also as a way to extend my playtime, essentially. I got double it. So yeah, so we can get more enjoyment. Chris leveled up. Like 10 leveled up. I don't know react rate. Heal yourself. Alright, heal yourself now, you're really hurt. rest out. Alright. There you go. Here's the healing seed. Also, this is a good way to earn a lot of money. Another reason. Healing seed is a direct upgrade compared to a medical herb. However, it costs 20 times the price for only about 2 times the healing seed. So, unless you're feeling frivolous with your money and you really don't have it, if you really don't need it to spend on anything else, I would advise just buying medical herbs and not buying.
Bless you!
Sorry, so of course, if you want to just have more, like, you don't really care about bang for your buck, like, burst healing very fast, then healing seed is better at burst healing than healing herb is. But it's also a lot more effective. It's a lot less efficient money gold-wise. The only reason why I bought her healing seed here is, one, I saw an herb that got healed her full, and two, I got excess money anyway, so I might as well. And I don't have her using it that often. However, about to advise you playing on your own, avoid the healing seed because they're almost never worth it gold cost-wise. And it's just a better idea just to give everyone a full stack of metaphors if you want to actually just give them healing items. Just because it's usually better. Antidotes are interesting. They aren't super useful for two reasons. Number one, Number one, poison enemies are pretty rare. Antidote cures poison. Poison enemies are pretty rare. Also nice and crit. Number two, even when you do get poisons, unless you're using you can actually cure the poison with the priest for, I believe, less of a gold cost than it costs to actually buy the antidote. However, of course, you can't only do that on the battlefield. You can only do that off the battlefield. So the only use case for antidote is that, one, you don't really care about it costing twice as much as the priest to cure it, and two, you want to do it right away on the battlefield. Which, to be fair, might be a good idea. However, there's another thing to consider, and that is, once you level up low a bit, he learns a spell called Detox, which can literally just remove all of the poison from someone's system. Hello, Sir. I was going to talk about poison, and I was talking about how useless antidotes are in Shining Poison. Anyway, so, to repeat, first off, there's a couple of different healing items in the Asher shop. There's healing, there's healing seeds, there's healing roots, there is antidotes, and there is the angel wing, which I'll go over later. I already went over the healing seed and the, what's it called? Medical herb. Sorry, I already went over healing seed and medical herb. However, the antidote is actually interesting because I would argue it's completely useless despite the fact that poison doesn't incredibly debilitating, and it's for multiple reasons. Number one, it's actually rather expensive at 40 gold. Which, granted, it's not expensive to heal the team, not as much of a rip-off as that, but number two, poison enemies are actually relatively rare, so you'll probably not end up using them that often. Because there's just not that many poison enemies. Number three, the priest can heal any ailment, which not only includes poison, but also curse. For gold cost, that is about half as much as actually as the antidote itself. Oh, it is? Okay. I think it makes sense. Not bad. Let me know how the audio balance is now. Anyway, so the priest can heal for half as much as the antidote, which, granted, you can only access the priest outside of battles. They might say, oh, well, I want to buy an antidote so I can cure it inside of the battlefield. You know? Just have one on everyone in case they get poisoned so I can cure it inside the battlefield. Fair point, but I have a counter argument to that. I have two, actually. Number one, you're taking up your whole turn to do this. Which, that's a thing. But also, number two... Also, has anyone leveled up? I don't think anyone has leveled up yet. Anyways. Number two... Low, when you level them up, learns a spell called Detox. And Detox just straight up cures a status ailment from an ally. Specifically, it cures poison. So, if you want a niche way to get rid of poison, Low already has you covered with a magic spell that can do it. Granted, that's one character that you may or may not even be running, but he does have a free, quote-unquote, way to do it, in the form of the Detox spell. And again, you can always just cure from the priest later, so it's ultimately not a big deal. And I don't see a point where you would ever really want to buy antidote. You do get given antidotes free sometimes from chests. And yeah, sure, those you can use just because you got them free anyway. What are you going to do? Sell them? They're not even worth that much to sell. But I would never suggest buying them just because there's like almost never a case for actual one of those things, in my opinion. Anyway, did you hear my spiel earlier about what this stream is going to be about, Soda? Oh, I'll do that. All right. Also, wait, no one leveled up. I did not mean to egress out. Out of my head. I was distracted. Anyway, so the theme of this battle, the theme of this session is this is a Variety Friday, not Tuesday. This will not be a mainline episode. This will just be a side episode, and I just decided to go, hey, I need to catch up anyway, and I need a Variety Friday, and I don't really feel like playing Final Fantasy 14 right now, so I might as well, you know, catch up on stream. Because of that, though, I'm not really going to be reading any of the dialogue or story, because we already know it all. And I'm mainly just going to be catching up to what we're planning for us on Tuesday. Yeah, this is just going to be a casual, fun stream where I just, and just pick random topics of, like, Shining Force lore and stuff to talk about. And yeah, that would be the stream. once we do actually catch up to where we were, I'm going to stop the game and then Final Fantasy. So that's the thing. Hello, second viewer. So yeah, that is the MO for today. And I was talking before about the healing items, specifically the ones available from the shop, which are the medical herb, the healing seed, and the antidote, and the angel wing. And I referenced the fact that the medical herb only costs 10 gold, and while it doesn't heal for very much, it's actually pretty cheap for that cost. Meanwhile, the healing seed, it heals about 2.5 times more than the medical herb, but it also costs 20 times the price because it's 200 gold instead of 10 gold. So the the healing seed is a complete ripoff in terms of gold cost. Because you would think, oh, it'd be 25 gold, because it's 2.5 times the price. 2.5 times the effectiveness. No, it's a lot more than that. It's a complete ripoff. It is a scam. It does better than the medical herb, but it's a lot less efficient gold-wise. So only buy it if you're frivolous with money and have money to blow, and you might as well just waste it on getting more burst healing in fight. But if you just want consistent healing that any of your characters can do besides just your healers, I would just stack I'd just stack everyone up with medical herbs, because it's only going to cost 30 gold per person, and that's still pretty effective too. And there's going to be turns where you're just walking and you can't attack anyway, so you might as well use a medical herb on those turns. Sorry. I'm stumbling over my own words here. I swear I am a coherent person. Anyone hurt? No. Go punch them in the face here. So yeah, now the angel wing. The angel wing's interesting. I talked about this last Tuesday, but basically it's just a homeward bone that doesn't run out. In terms of, it does the same thing the egress spell does, but on anyone, not just on your main character. That's neat. I lump that in with healing items for 2 reasons. Number one, it's sold by the same guy who sells the healing items. And number two, it actually does kind of heal your full force, because when you leave a battle and come back, you'll be at full health when you start again. So it can act as a healing item of like, oh hey, my people are going to die, I'm just gonna leave. I don't know, if you think that's pretty valuable, then just put one of those on each character except for the main hero, and okay, and you might be able to get some mileage out of it. Your mileage may vary. It's not my cup of tea. It's funny because I'm not even drinking. Okay. I love the music. There's some random shredding work. And that's all this stream is going to be, just basically me rambling about well, I just catch up to it. The exact pattern I'm doing for battling, by the way, because you notice my people are pretty strong. Basically, number one, if someone levels up, I repeat a battle. And number two, if someone dies, I repeat the battle. And the reasoning for those are independent. Number one, if someone levels up, then that means that this fight is good enough that I can actually get levels out of it. So I should repeat it to try and get more levels out. Number two, if someone dies, then I'm obviously not strong enough yet, and I need to actually keep doing it until I get strong enough to actually finish the fight. Usually the two go hand in hand, but not always. So yeah. It's not like, and I don't mean as in like restart, as in like as blocks will restart. I mean restart as in like I egress out, keep everything I got from that battle, and restart again. And that's all. So far, no one's leveled up, which is good because we can finally do this fight now. Finish it. And there we go, there's the first strike. Now, are these self-imposed rules actually required to beat the game? Oh, heck no. You can breeze through this game really quickly if you want to. It's actually a relatively easy game, and I advise everyone gives it a playthrough. Don't get me wrong, it has challenging in some points, but overall it's a relatively easy game. All things considered. The reason why I'm doing the thing that I'm doing, though, is not about making sure I'm prepared for the future. It's more just about extending the playtime. Because this game, you can just breeze through it relatively quickly. There's only 8 chapters. So, this way, we actually get to experience battles longer. And actually make this series longer. So that's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. Plus, that way you get to see some higher level characters and actually see some people promoted that you maybe wouldn't have ever seen promoted before, because no one bothers to train them up. Well, I'm going to be bothering to train them up. Also, it has not come up yet, but another self-imposed rule I'm doing is that when I get a new force member after my team gets full, as in I can't run everyone anymore, I'm going to swap out whatever the strongest force member is with the weakest force member. And by strongest, I mean highest level. So, yeah, we're going to swap out the highest level force member, weakest, with the lowest level force member that is in reserve. Besides Max, because Max cannot be swapped out. So, yeah. Oops. Han's leveled up, so that means battle. But yeah, and that way I'm cycling through all the characters as we get them, and kind of go from there. And experience everyone's capabilities. Also, I mentioned this before, but I figured out how to save. If I press F5, it'll do a quick save thing in the top left. Sadly, chat covers that up, but now that chat is gone, you can see it in the top left, quick save. And then at any point, I can press F9, and it'll quick load. So yeah. In case the save file gets screwed up again, I can now just do that, and that works. So, that's neat. I don't even need to leave anymore, and I can't have that one bug happen. Also, Surtur, did you leave? I think Surtur might have. Or he's working. Which I'm fine with him. I'm fine if he's working. Still here, just playing Master Duel, which doesn't like when I stop paying attention. Fair. That makes sense. To be fair, it only does that inside of duels, but yeah, I get what you mean. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I saw that I went down to 1 viewer, and I didn't know if that meant that you left, or if that meant that the other person was watching 4 left. I still wonder who that mysterious viewer is, because I always have like one lurker just lurks in my stream comment, which I'm happy with. I'm curious who they are, that's all. Also, that reminds me, I need to look into Stream on Steam and see how much that thing is, as well as if it's worth buying. Yeah. Oh, I realized Winged Beasts have a pot of greed. Yes, they do. Elemental Heroes do as well, as I believe. I'm wondering when they're actually going to, like, limit, when they're going to errata Pot of Greed, and then, you know, I can imagine them slapping a hard once per turn on Pot of Greed, and maybe saying that you have to play at the start of main phase 1, and if you draw through this effect, you can't draw through any other effects this turn, and just limiting the card to 1. It would still be generically good, but it's like, oh hey, if you draw with this, you can't draw with anything else during this. And it'd be a hard once per turn. So, yeah, I could see them doing that for Pot of Greed if they wanted to bring it off the ban list, because they've already done that with other pot cards. It would just be, you know. You could also slap a restriction like, oh, the opponent doesn't take damage. Slap even more. Also, repeating battles like this is a good way to make money as well. So I actually have a good amount of money now. Making money is not super important early game in Shining Force, but it's actually really nice if you do it early for later game. Because later game is where it starts. Oh yeah, that reminds me. If you press B while controlling a gladiator in the arena, in the maps, you can move the cursor around to just look around at the map. And you can click any character with A and read their stats and equipment, that sort of stuff. That's neat. By the way, the movement number is directly the amount of tiles they can move. You can think of Shining Force similar to D&D, how each square is a 5-foot tile. So that means that this horseman can move 7 tiles, or 35 feet. Whereas this dwarf can only move 4 tiles, or 20 feet per turn. Whereas someone like Hans can move 5 tiles, 25 feet. So, yeah. Anyway. However, if you click A on a spot that doesn't have someone, you get this menu, which is pretty interesting, where this is basically your settings menu in Shining Force. It's the only way to access your settings menu. You can do things like quit, which will suspend the game, which I don't recommend. Set the scroll speed of text, which it's by default at 3, and you can set it to 4. Go ahead and do that. You can turn on and off messages, battle messages. So basically, if you want combat to happen without you actually seeing any of those, like, Ken attacks, Ken does 7 damage, Ken gains this much experience, Ken gains this much coin, etc. Or Goblin attack, Goblin does this much damage, blah, blah, blah. If you want all that off, you can turn that off there. And you can also click Map, which will show you a zoomed out of the actual map. So you can see the entire map at once, and still move your cursor around. You can see what the entire layout of terrain is, and like, what it looks like in This is pretty neat stuff. I don't use most of these things, but they are pretty neat. There are things that you can use. And at any time, if you want to go back to your character, you can just press B again, and the cursor will auto-track back to the character. Also, another way to get out of that mode is if you just press A to inspect your character, it will automatically pop you back out. Those are the two ways to get out of that, and that's a thing you can do in China. I don't do it that often, but it's a thing you can do. Mostly, I do it in cases where it's like, I want to see, okay, is anyone hurt? You know, I'm inspecting my characters to see if... That's like usually the only instance I actually use this thing. And that's mainly just because I have terrible memories. I don't always remember when people are hurt. Alright, change. For the most part, it's never necessary to do that. It just is kind of an extra thing, which is neat. Also, fun fact, every single enemy in the game is equipped with the same equipment that you can get. So, for example, Dark Dwarves are equipped with hand axes, which we can get access to later. Regular Goblins are equipped with short swords, which is the same thing that Luke is. These guys are equipped with bronze lances. Well, while we don't have access to that right now, we will get access to it very shortly. And he's also equipped with... So, it's not like the opponent has unfairly strong gear or anything compared to where you are currently. Which is pretty nice stuff. They actually have roughly gear on par with what you have. Usually. Sometimes they have some powerful pieces, but oftentimes when they have those, you can loot it off their body. Like the fire axe, for example. You'll see the fire axe later. That is actually a really cool item. I hear you, dogs. Sorry if you can hear those dogs out. Oh, let me open my one window. Hey, windows are open. I mean, let me open the blind. Yeah, speed up this goblin. But yeah, if you ever get a chance to play this game, just buy it on Steam. I mean, this Sega Master thing is... What's it called? The Sega Mega Drive and Genesis Classics collection on Steam. And you get this game plus a bunch of others, which is really cool. Though a little tip I'll have is don't use the main launcher. Use the simple launcher when you're loading it, because the main launcher lags the heck out and it's very unoptimized. But if you use the simple launcher, that actually runs well. So use that, not the main launcher. The main launcher likes to like simulate a living room and stuff with a bunch of detail and all that jazz, but it really doesn't work well. And you get a lot more than just Shining Force, because you'll also get Mortal Kombat, you'll get Sonic the Hedgehog, you'll get Gunstar Heroes, you'll get a bunch of Sega classics. So, you know, it's really worth the price if you grew up on any of these Sega games in any capacity, or just want to try them for yourself. And Shining Force is included in that. Also, it's an official way to play a lot of these old games, which is more than Nintendo will give us. Hot take, I know, but it's more than some people give us in terms of game company. I know that's something that I and Sorter have talked about before when we talked about emulation. I did not grow up with Sega games. Yeah, to be fair, but that's why I said if you grew up with them, or if you just want to try them out, you can get a giant pack of different Sega games all for one price tag. which is actually pretty neat. And it actually runs well, provided you use the simple launcher, not the default launcher. Because the default full experience launcher, as they call it, is kind of a piece of trash and lags the heck out. Really well streamed. My first big old school Sega game was Shinobi 3 when I was 19. I believe Shinobi 3 is actually one of the games included in this. Hold on, let me check. If I press F5. Oh, that corrects the game. Yeah, see, that's the reason why I saved first. I saved. I made sure to save. Yeah, let me actually set up a window capture so you can see what I mean. Real quick. Yeah, I liked it except for the last stage. Yeah. So, you see this. And let me drag it so it's not on top of it. You see this. It says, play Sega Mega Classics or Simple Launcher. You want to click Simple Launcher. Because this thing is a laggy piece of trash. You want to do this. Don't do the game hub. Don't do this. Do this one. And then you'll get go ahead and delete that because I don't get any more. We're actually did I change it? Oh wait, oh right, properties. And then you'll get this system. This uh oh no, never mind. We had Sonic Mega Collection Plus on PS2, so I guess my first classic Sega game experience was like 13. Actually, no, it was in daycare at elementary school. Oh, what game is that? Anyway, there's 71 games in this pack, which, by the way, there's more Shining Force games. There's Shining Force 1, Shining Force 2, which is many people's favorites, but there's also Shining in the Darkness, which is actually the prequel to Shining Force that I've never played. So I was like 10 when I played Sonic 1. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic Knuckles. I believe I saw Sonic the Hedgehog 1 before. Oh, wait, I think I just passed it. Yep, Sonic the Hedgehog. Basic Sonic. Sadly, you have to click through these one at a time. There's Echo the Dolphin, Biohazard, Super Thunder Blade, Sonic Spinball. Sonic Spinball exists on here. I might actually have to give that one a try. I forgot about Sonic Spinball. Yes, Golden Axe is also on here too. Uh, Column 3. I'm trying to see if there's that Shinobi. Let me go back to the beginning of the list. Sonic 3D Blast is also here. Like that. Comic Zone, Altered Beast. Man, Comic Zone brings me back. This is a game I used to love. This is such a silly game. Wait, I had Golden Axe and Game Boy Advance. Well, Golden Axe and Sega Genesis, I believe, predated the one on Game Boy. Anyway, Comic Zone. Hey. Yeah. I might have to play that at a certain point. Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja Master. Here we are. There's Shinobi 3 right there. Never beat it. No, I never beat Comic Zone either. It's just a stupidly hard game, but it's also hilariously fun. Also, yeah, there's this game that you're talking about, Sarter. I've never played it before, but it is here. It is on this collection. Let's see, what else do we got? Space Harrier, Vector Man. Man, I forgot about Vector Man. I never played Vector Man, but I've heard a lot of things about it. It's a really interesting one. Alex Kidd in the Enchanted Castle, Bonanza. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine? Oh god, I never played this game, but I've heard lots of good things about it. Not This is based I played the Nintendo version of it, the Kirby version of this. I forget what the name of the Kirby version is. But I've also played Pokemon Tetris Attack as well. which is not the same. I know. But I played the Kirby version of this game. I just forget what the Kirby version. My favorite thing I found out in Comic Zone was when you ripped a small piece of the part of the comic and attacked the enemies with a paper airplane. Yeah, I remember that. That's funny. Criminal Champions, Fatal Labyrinth, Galaxy, Risk Star. Wait, is this the one I think it is? Show me gameplay. Show me gameplay. Is this what I think it is? I don't think it is. No, it's not. Okay. Never mind. I'll think it's Sinistar. Thunderblade, Aliens, Biohazard, Echo, Golden Axe 2, Lord of Vermilion, Virtua Fighter. You want like classic fighter action. Like Genesis era freaking fighter action. I believe this is like one of the only 3D Genesis games, if I remember correctly, is what this thing back in the day when 3D was very impressive, even being 3D. Or is this not that? Is this just 2D? This might just be. Come on, get to the actual game. 3D or is 2D? Ah, it's not actually going to us. Whatever. Alien Soldier, Gunstar Heroes. This is a game that. Gunstar Heroes is a ridiculous bullet hell and is many people's first introduction to not only bullet hell but platforming bullet hells, which is a weird subgenre of it. But it's also a heck of a lot of fun because you get the bullet hell right back at them. Virtua Fighter 2, the game that made my brother and dad argue about the game that's me playing on Sega Genesis Collection 3 days ago. Cool. Light Crusader, Shining Force 2, Shining in the Darkness, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I like how it's not just Sonic 3, it's Sonic 3 and Knuckles specifically. I wish they had Sonic 2 and Knuckles, but whatever. Streets of Rage, you can play the original Streets of Rage and Streets of Rage 2. You can play both of if you want to go back to the classic Streets of Rage, you can do that. Underboy, Toe Jam, and Earl. A game I've never played, but I've heard good things about. Toe Jam and Earl Panic on Funkotron. Golden Axe 3. Fantasy Star. 3 and 4. Streets of Rage 3. Revenge of the Shinobi. Vector Man 2. My dad was a Sega kid, even though the NES sold out outsold the Master System like 20-1. Yep. Uh, Story of Thor. Wait, is this a Marvel thing or is this just a generic thing? No, this is a generic thing. Okay, this is just based off Norse mythology, not based off Marvel comics. Good to know. Wait. Okay, that was weird. There was like three different, four different entries for Story of Thor. I don't know why there's four different entries for Story of Thor. More like Sega Young Adult. Yeah, Dynamite Heady, and Stalker, Unknown. Wait, is it literally a game called Unknown? Streets of Rage 2. Okay, so some of these at the end are just padding and are repeats. So okay, there's not quite 71 games, but there's still like well over 60. And they're all good. And most of these I've heard of and heard good things about, even if I've never played. So yeah, I just wanted to show off this collection. If you want, how much is it? Actually, I'm curious. How much is? Yes, I'm older than. Um, you can also buy the games individually, by the way. And yeah, they're actually evidently currently 60% off for the entire bundle. You get them cheaper if you buy the entire bundle, but you can also just buy the games individually, like $5 or 10. So yeah, if you want to play Shining Force along with me, I'm probably going to do a playthrough of Shining Force 2 afterwards. I have never actually done a full play. It wasn't my cup of tea, but hey, anyway, get back into. There we go. Aha! Quick load worked. I was like, wait, we're not back there. Oh, we are right here. See, I figured out how to save and load, so now this works correctly. Yeah, I can even save in the middle of a battle. Cool. That's funny. Let's get egress out here so we don't waste money. Let's make sure we talk to Joker. Yep. Hyper Neptunia is definitely a game I will not be playing on. Just because of all the scantily clad women in the game. And that would be something that I would feel awkward to play on stream. But knowing you, Surtur, it's right up your alley because you don't feel awkward for anything. So, well, okay, you do sometimes. But my point is, not towards that stuff. I do want to ask you. Just DM my friend a question. I wanted to ask him a question entirely. Okay. Just making sure. Dang, you should have tried to stream the game like 3 years ago. Alright, back to the stream. I'm done PMing my friend. Dang, I sure tried to stream the game like 3 years ago. Yeah, that happens. I'm definitely not ever going to stream it. YouTube would get me so many flags. That's so many demonetization. Thanks just for that video game. I'm not even doing anything in this game. I kind of lost this childhood. Oh. Okay. I was not aware that you ever actually lost that. I thought you still had it. Okay. Nice to see you have grown more wise, I guess, as a person, considering you call it childhood unawareness. I don't know. Would that be wisdom? I don't know if that would be wisdom. It's knowledge at the very least, but I don't know what kind of knowledge I'll fall under. Do 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 well, I had childhood unawareness and childhood curiosity. If you satisfy your curiosity, you tend to be more knowledgeable. Well, yeah. Fair. Fair. That's very fair. I don't have channel points to remind me to fetch, so I occasionally just... I remember as a kid, most of the time, I never even bothered to use the... Oh, Luke leveled up. Never even bothered to use the rest magic just because I thought, why would I run away from a battle? I should finish the battle if I can. And it never occurred to me that, oh hey, that's a way to actually gain more experience. So I'd always just like try to do battles as much as I can, and if I can actually manage to get that, I manage to get it. But because of that, my team tend to be pretty underleveled. As we get into the later stages, it started getting harder and harder and harder and harder. So, yeah. That's definitely a thing. And there's definitely challenges you can do with this game. For example, you could do the challenge of never reviving with the priest, or you could do the challenge of never promoting any units, or stuff like that. It took me so long as a kid to know that you don't have to fight every single wild Pokemon. Well, yeah, I have a fun story about that. I still do that, and the reason why I still do it is just because that way I gain more experience than just running away from wild Pokemon. But that's definitely a thing that I had as a kid that I kept to adulthood. And people told me, oh, you don't have to do that. It's like, yeah, but I want to do that. But yeah, I could see how a kid would think, oh, I have to do this. You know, I can't just run away. After all, why would a wild animal just let me get away? That reminds me of a video I watched at one point called, what happens when non-video gamers play video games, and one of the examples he brought up was having his wife, who doesn't play video games that often, play Skyrim. Hold on. Well, I was 9 with an English game with French as my first language. Fair, you probably didn't even know it would run. That's a very fair point. Anyway, so, he had, I believe, either his wife or his mother, I forget which, play Skyrim, and she's doing the whole opening area, you know, you're on the cart, and you're finally awake, friend, and all that sort of stuff. And you go into the thing, did the whole chopping block thing, and then the dragon starts attacking. So, she starts going through the motions sort of stuff, she starts going through things until you get to the area where you jump down to that one house and then leave. Well, with her, she just went, oh hey, this place is decently sheltered, so she just kind of crouched in the corner of that house and waited, thinking the dragon would eventually go away. She wanted to just wait out the dragon for it to eventually go away, because I'm in a nice sturdy house right now. This is the most safe place for me to be while a dragon attack is going on. You know, which is a very logical thing to think of, but that's obviously not what the game designers wanted you to do, and that's not what most people do, because both people understand that, oh, this is a video game attack sort of thing in an intro sequence. It's probably going to stop once I progress the intro sequence. But no, she just wanted to sit there and wait until the dragon passed on. So, she was like there for like 30 minutes until eventually she asked him how long is it going to take for it to go away, and he mentioned something about it won't actually go away until you finish the intro sequence. It didn't click to her that that was a thing. Because logically it makes sense to just wait for the dragon to go away. But in terms of video games, that's just kind of not how video games work. That's how real life works, but that's not how video games tend to work. So, yeah, it's just kind of a really interesting thing. Of like, because she approached it from the area of, I just need to survive, not from the area of, oh, this is a video game, I need to get through the intro. You know. That's part of the reason, so yeah, and you mentioning how running away from Pokemon and not, fighting every single Pokemon because you thought the enemies wouldn't actually let you run away, it reminded me of that a lot. In terms of just the stuff that you think of that logically makes sense, but within the context of a video game does not make sense. Reminds me of the first time I played an FPS story-based game, the enemy was shooting at a wall. Yeah, that happens. It also reminds me of the first time I played a video game that had like, oh hey, a wooden door that is blocking my path. And I had guns, and I just kept trying to shoot the door to break it down to keep going. And as a kid, and this is as a kid, keep in mind, I think it was actually in gold. It wasn't a wooden door. It was the doors in GoldenEye. I kept trying to shoot the doors in GoldenEye as a kid, to try and get through a locked door, and it never occurred to me that you had to go find a key. I just thought, oh hey, enough bullets will make this metal useless, and I can just go through it, you know? And with like wooden doors and all that, in Fallout, for example, it's like, oh hey, I have grenades, I can just blow my way through a door, but no. Yeah, that's actually something I often thought as a kid, and I just end up wasting all of my ammunition on this door, and then punching it for a while, until my dad basically had to mention that, is there something you're supposed to find? And I said, well, it's a locked door, so there's probably a key, but I don't want to have to bother to go find it. And, yeah, I was a stubborn kid. I was a very stubborn kid. Eventually, I gave up, went and found it later, and came back. But that stuck with me ever since then. Of, I don't want to have to bother go find the key. I'm just gonna blow down the door. That's part of the reason why D&D is so interesting to me, because the way people approach Dungeons and Dragons is very different depending on whether they have the context of video games or they do not have the context of video games. Because if people treat it like a video game, then it tends to be run in a certain way. But if people treat it more like they treat real life, as I mentioned before with the whole Skyrim thing, then people tend to come up with completely different solutions than video game people do. For example, if you walk in a room with a bunch of levers and a note giving you an encrypted message, you say, oh, this is a puzzle. I need to sit here and solve this. But if you're someone with real life experience and you just have that and go like, well, I just kind of want to go do this thing that I need to do. I'll come back to this later. You know, they might not stop and do the side quest thing because they're like, oh, they don't recognize it as a side quest. They just see it as something that doesn't matter right now that I'll go deal with later, whether or not they have the chance to do it. Or like, as I said with the whole dragon attack, where one person might think, oh, I have to like defeat the dragon to stop it at its attack, and the other person might just say, I'm just gonna hide in the corner and wait for the dragon to leave. And those are two very valid ways to actually deal with a dragon in Dungeons and Dragons. It's just, they're entirely opposite, and the only real context difference is whether or not they've experienced video games in their life or not. So it's just really interesting to me that Dungeons and Dragons can cater to both sets of parties, and both sets of logic actually work in Dungeons and Dragons. So that can lead to some really interesting party dynamics as a result, which is part of the reason why I really like Dungeons and Dragons, because it is so open-ended. And it's not... It has some video gamey things in it, but it's not so much that restricts freedom from coming up with real-life solutions for problems. So, sorry, that's just me going off on a tangent about... this is me going off on a tangent. But yeah. So I thought he's shooting when I'm still undercover. I have limited ammunition. I'll wait until he runs out. Yeah, waiting until he runs out of ammunition. That's something that definitely happens. In terms of, that's something that I think everyone experiences at a certain point. Provided they stop and think about it at all. But do you get what I mean about Dungeons and Dragons? Because, yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to go off on a little tangent about that. And part of the reason why I thought about all that is just because, you know, I've been deep into the whole Dungeon Master preparing thing for yesterday, and I'm going to continue it today. But I didn't want to do it on a variety live stream, so instead I just chose to do the whole, you know, catch up in my video games, because I've been neglecting these because I've been trying to do that. Alright. Yeah, I've had my head in the D&D space for recently, because I have a campaign coming up in like 8 days. Yeah, 8 days. There's a big old wall of text. I'm surprised. Oh wow, it's so big that it didn't even show up on the screen, I think. Huh, because I'm not seeing it in the stream. Weird. Anyway, and it's why Dungeons and Dragons as a video game is so hard to do. It's so open, sorry, go ahead. It's why Dungeons and Dragons as a video game is so hard to do. It's so open-handed that there's pretty much always going to be a moment where someone will think of a solution that the game will not allow because the devs did not program this. Yes, this is why Dungeons and Dragons rarely ever translates well to video games, because you don't have nearly as much creativity in a video game, and if you could, that video game would be so bloated and large that it's hard to even execute in any effective manner. Because you're literally having to think of every single possible solution that a person could come up with, even the stuff that you wouldn't expect people to come up with. Which, as a GM alone, is nearly impossible to do, let alone from a game design standpoint. It's even harder from a game design standpoint than from a GM standpoint, and it's already nearly impossible from a GM standpoint. By GM, I mean Game Master. They're either referred to GMs or DMs, Dungeon Masters or Game Masters. I tend to say them interchangeably, but they mean the same thing. So yeah, I can totally understand that. That's why finding a good D&D game is not only rare, but really, actually worth it in a lot of cases. Just because, like, how many games can you break by saying, "Can't I use a spell or bomb to blow up the wall to escape this room?" Right? Or, how many video games can you be like, "Okay, I'll just sit here and wait"? How many video games can you break by saying, "I'll just sit here and wait for them to stop"? Like you with the whole limited ammunition thing. How many video games just kind of stop functioning as a intended experience just by someone saying, "I'm just gonna sit here and wait for them to stop"? That goes back to the dragon thing, but that also goes back to the limited ammunition thing that you mentioned. And that even works in Pokemon too, where you're just kind of sitting there and waiting for the enemy Pokemon to leave or do an attack, not realizing, oh hey, it's turn-based, you need to do a thing first. That one's less obvious though, just because it is turn-based, so you wouldn't really expect that. But either way, that's definitely a thing that you can do. Which is why I really like games where you can break down the wall. That's the reason why the Red Faction games, to me, are really fun. Because the Red Faction games, you can demolish any building in it. Pretty much. Any building in those games have, like, destructible physics, and you can just destroy all of them. Which is really cool, because you can go like, oh hey, I'll just go shoot up this area, blah blah blah, you know. You can go through, like, a certain mission, shoot up an area, all that sort of jazz. Or, you can just run up, sledgehammer down the wall, and say, surprise! And just start ripping through the building that all the enemies are in. Hello, Blue! We are talking about video games in this casual live stream. Man, I need to play Metal Gear Solid 3 at some point. I was told there was the most logic in it. By Carl Smallwood, I assume? Because I've seen that video as well. Also, hello, Blue Triconics. I decided that I'm going to catch up in Shining Force and get back to where I was on Tuesday, then after that, I'm going to Final Fantasy 14. And the reason why I'm doing this on stream is because, basically, I've had my headspace almost entirely in Dungeon Master prepping mode. So, I am focusing Dungeon Master prepping more than anything, but I need to catch up on this before next Tuesday anyway. So I'm like, you know, I'll do this on stream, and then afterwards I'll go into full DM mode just prepping. Because I'm in, like, crunch time now in terms of prepping. And I can't really focus on this outside of the stream. And I also didn't want to do Dungeon Master prepping on stream, obviously, because I don't want you guys getting spoilers, and also that's kind of boring just to have me sit there and think. I went, at least this is actually more entertaining. And also I can just talk about random things. Oh, I see. Yep, I believe that video game was introduced by Carl Smallwood of Factory. Yes. Well, the session is next week. Yeah, that's why. I am in... Also, because I got a huge burst of inspiration yesterday, I now am full steam ahead in designing NPCs. Because I now actually have a basis to go off of. I got past my writer's block, and I'm now like, okay, the train is moving. And I'm just churning out NPCs really fast right now. Yeah. I have almost all the faction leaders conceptualized in my brain, and 1 and 2 of the character sheets for them done. I just need to write down all the other faction leaders, and then I'll start focusing on some of the smaller entities. Also, I'm currently doing the faction leaders and the main people that are within those factions, as well as, like, guards and stuff, and I also need to design dragon hunters. That's another thing I need to design. And after that, I'll design some random gladiators and some NPCs, and probably a tavern keeper or 2. Because I figure you guys are probably going to go to a bar in your first episode. Because, 1, that's pretty traditional to go to a tavern, and 2, drinking rules are part of the game, so, you know, I figure you're going to use those. But yeah. Anyway, so this is just a chill hangout stream where I don't really, like, talk about the gameplay all that much, and I just mainly talk to chat and hang out. I need to just work on the NPCs and cheats a month for my campaign. Cool. If you want any help with that, feel free to ask, and I'll provide whatever knowledge and ideas I can provide. For example, I used your soul bonder thing that you linked to me. I was like, oh hey, I'll use this for one of the NPCs. This sounds fun. Because I looked at it and I'm like, wait, there's an NPC that already kind of fits in terms of personality for a soul bonder. And I'm like, this would be a cool dynamic. Let's do this. Often, when I design an NPC, I just go off of a gimmick at first, and it's like, what's a cool gimmick for this NPC? And then I just design a character around said gimmick. And it's not usually something super shallow, like, oh, he constantly has bad luck or something. It's more like something conceptually that's really cool. And also I already mentioned that my setting is partially based off of feudal Japan. So currently, I'm pulling inspiration from Japanese mythology for a lot of my stuff. That has gotten me intrigued. Yes, definitely. I'm pulling inspiration from Japanese mythology for some of the actual NPCs and stuff. So you might see, for example, real-life ninjas running around. Not like super fancy ninjas, but like actually more or less historically accurate ninjas with some extra stuff attached. Granted, I'm using the normal D&D rules, not any homebrew rules, so some of the stuff is reflavored to be more accurate to real life, but it's not like any of it's homebrewed. It's all normal stuff in the player's handbook. You could rock up to Adventure League with an actual ninja build and it would work. Basically. If you want to know how I did that, look up Gaijin Goomba's actual video on Ninja. And specifically on Ninja in D&D, because they actually made a character part of the Unstoppables. If you happen to know who they are, I think that's been mentioned. The Gaijin Goomba is actually one of the people in the Unstoppables. So that's fun. He has an entire video on Ninja in D&D. And I mainly just use his design and tweak it for the one NPC goes at the beginning. And yeah, I need to design Dragon Hunters, and I already have ideas for Dragon Hunters because of those boots that you sent me. The boots, the fire dragon boots that can help you fly. And I'm like, oh god, now I'm imagining Dragon Hunter Iron Man. Like, Dragon Hunters with Iron Man armor, and that's just a really freaking cool idea. I don't know if I'm going to have all Dragon Hunters have that, probably not. I'm loosely basing the design of Dragon Hunters off of Monster Hunters from Monster World. It's not Monster World. From, Monster Hunter. I'm basing the Monster Hunters off Monster Hunter. The normal Dragon Hunters, but the, elite ones, I'm probably going to make more based off of Iron Man. Like, with Monster Hunter stuff thrown in. So, yeah. Yeah, because unlike normal, dragons are actually a lot more common in my world than they typically are in most fantasy worlds. Oh, that's neat. Let's have you heal, 10. Sorry, my wife messaged me. I am contractually obligated to actually respond to my wife. Because she is my significant other. I forget, has anyone leveled up yet? I've been barely paying attention. I've been so busy talking about D&D. Yeah. And, I've been trying to make do with what I can get, because I don't have any of the books on Roll20, really. Would love to see that contract. I mean, knowing the terms of service, Surtur, you love reading terms of service, so yeah, that would actually probably really interest you. It's not a physical contract. It's more just, she's my significant other, so it's like, she gets upset if I don't respond to her. Let's put it that way. Oh, hey. Lo just leveled up, meaning we're gonna repeat this fight. Oh, yeah. Sorry I went for it, because as soon as I thought about it, I was like, I have to say it out. Yep. It made me laugh. This is why you are funny, sir. Why I like you. It's not the only reason why I like you. It's one of the many reasons I like you. In terms of a person. So if you're wondering why I'm repeating battles, by the way, Blue, this game doesn't have any sort of way to repeat battles normally, and does not have wild battles. The only way to gain experience is by egressing out and repeating a fight. And granted, you don't really need to do that often to actually beat the game, but what I am instead doing is I have self-imposed challenges, self-imposed rules on myself, to help make the game actually last longer and not just be over frequently. These self-imposed rules are as follows. Number 1, if anyone levels up during a battle, I need to repeat the battle. Number 2, if anyone dies during a battle, I need to repeat the battle. Number 3, if I get a new Shining Force member and they cannot fit on the team, I must swap out whoever the strongest member is with whoever the weakest member is in terms of level. And that's it. Anyone dead? I wasn't really paying attention. And that's mainly just to keep this interesting and also keep the playthrough longer. Also, I'm not going to be reading any of the dialogue because, 1, we already saw this on Tuesday, and 2, I'm on Variety Friday. I don't freaking have to. This is not a normal episode. So, I'm just going to kind of skip through the dialogue with it. I don't care. It was different with Final Fantasy XIV because I don't normally do it. But this is going to be a thing that I do every Tuesday. So, budget, I'll just read dialogue on Tuesday and not today. And I'm just talking about random stuff. Either, like, stuff that's currently going on in my life, stuff that people bring up in the chat, or just stuff about Shining Force. I also went on a big old thing talking about the Sega Master and Sega Master Classics Genesis collection, which you can get on Steam, which has this game and, like, 60 other Sega Genesis and Sega Master System games on it. A really cool thing, and it's currently 63% off on Steam. You could pick up like a bunch of great Genesis games from the past, a bunch of great Sega games. If you want to try out Shining Force plus a bunch of others, if you just want to buy individual games, though, you can also buy them individually as well. That's also available, but you get a much better deal if you buy them all as a giant package, and most of them are fun. You know, it's not a super cheap out thing where it's like, oh hey, there's 2 good games and the rest are trash. No, almost all of them are really good games for the most part, from what I've heard or from what I've it's just the sort of thing where it's like, if you want to just experience some of the classics from the past, maybe stuff that you've experienced before and were nostalgic for, or just have never all and are curious, check it out. It's fun. You got things like Comic Zone, you got things like Gunstar Heroes, you got things like Shining Force 1 and 2, and Shining in the Darkness. You got Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic 2, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Sonic Spinball, which is one I really like. You also have did I say Gunstar Heroes? Because Gunstar Heroes. You have Golden Axe 1, 2, and 3. You have Shinobi 3. You have Virtua Fighter 2. What else? Comic Zone. There's one. I'm trying to remember for when I inserter. Go ahead and list some out that I missed, Surter, if you remember any. Because I'm trying to remember. Did I ever say Golden Axe 1, 2, and 3? Because Golden Axe 1, 2, and 3. I don't remember a lot of these. Shinobi 2 and 3. There we go. I mentioned Shinobi 3. I did not mention Shinobi 2. Oh, Streets of Rage. Streets of Rage 1 and 2 are both in this pack as well. If you want to experience those things. Can't remember anymore. I'm sorry. But there's a bunch of great stuff. Sadly, it does not have Rocket Knight. I wish it had Rocket Knight, but it does not, unfortunately. Yeah, there's 61 different games available on the actual marketplace. The actual thing has slots for 73, but they only list 61 as available. And if you look at the rest of the slots after the 61, it's just a bunch of garbage data for the most part. Or it's repeating games that you already have. So, usually, yeah, they just reserved more space for if they wanted to put more in. That's neat. Yeah, if you ever like, oh hey, it's like, I don't know what to play, I want to, like, get a bunch of stuff, you could just buy that and just try those games. A lot of them still hold up today because the Sega Genesis actually had pretty good graphics, all things considered. I mean, look at this, for example. This is an example of the graphics of that, and while, granted, it's not super high fidelity, you can definitely see the individual pixels. It also is just really, like, retro and cool and has a distinct design, and I love it. I just love this. Also, starter, I think I'm going to design Bob. As in Bob the barkeeper. I think I'm just going to put Bob somewhere into my D&D world. It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard. Just pick yourself back up and turn it around. Aw, that's okay. We all get some bumps now and then. You're really good at this. I'm trying to remember all Bob's lines. Yeah, they're from a little place called the Battlegrounds. Got a bunch of tough contenders, but it's overall nice, clean fun. I believe that's one of his lines from the campaign mode, because you do actually fight Bob at one point in Sneed's campaign mode, and we find out he's an SI agent spy. He's not the strongest, but he'll fight hard. I forget, did someone level up here? I think someone did. Either way, I am definitely going to put Bob, the bartender, in my campaign at a certain point. It's just about whether or not you find it. And no, he will not be the first bartender that you meet. Because I love that game. Heal yourself. I don't remember if someone leveled up. I don't think someone has. Do 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 do. So yeah. There's different weapons that you can buy in the game. Each gladiator can equip. He is the only bartender who will meet. Yes, every single bartender will be Bob. No, it will not be. That would be hilarious if it was like a Nurse Joy situation where all of them are the same bartender. Oh god, that is funny as heck. Now I'm just imagining that if like every single one was Bob. And we had like a Nurse Joy situation. Oh, that's funny. No, but that's not going to be the case with having people. Bartenders, whatever. They knew. Oops, someone leveled up. Time to actually repeat now. Bam. By the way, has anyone ever used the Game Genie Sega Genesis? Because maybe not necessarily for Sega Genesis, but I just love the Game Genie, and this game has some really fun cheat codes that you could rock around with. In particular, it has 2 different cheat codes that are actually, I believe it only has like 2. Well, technically it originally only had 2, but after a while it got a bunch more, but there's 2 main ones I really like, which is the walk through walls code and the what I like to call the level up code. I'll explain the walk through walls code first. Basically, it only functions outside of battles, and it would just allow you to walk through these walls, but also through the trees and stuff. And the cool thing is, unlike Pokemon, where if you go out of bounds, it just completely breaks, in this game, if you go out of bounds, it just counts as leaving the map, the same way that you would do by leaving the map here. So it just kind of progresses you up to the next screen. But also, any sub-areas, like when you go through a staircase, you go to a different part of a building, all those exist out beyond the borders of the actual level. So you could just kind of wander into someone's basement by walking out of the edge of the map, and just wander into someone's basement as a result. Which is just really funny. It's just funny to see all the different, like, maps broken down and stuff. As a kid, I really liked that. Because to me, I'd already played that game for like 7 to 8 years by that point, so it was cool to see the inner workings of the game. Also, was that an old dragon? That one on the screen? No, he's a fish person. He is a fish person, not a dragon. There is a dragon in this game that we will meet, and we're currently trying to stop the main antagonist from reviving the dark dragon. Yes, fish. That's why he had gills. Sorry, not gills, but he had like those fin things. there is a good dragon that we'll meet later, but also we're trying to stop the main bad guy from reviving the dark dragon, which is this three-headed horrible creature that is just kind of mindless and destroys things. Blah blah blah. It's basically just a more generic version of Tiamat, is all it is. Except with none of Tiamat's personality. It's just generically destructive and evil and mindless. Okay, maybe not even necessarily evil, but mindless. Because it doesn't ever actually directly do anything. Well, that's getting into spoilers for later in the game, but yeah. However, there is a good dragon that we meet, and they have quite a bit of personality. They're called Blue. Yes, I'm not kidding. They're actually called B-L-E-U. They're called Blue. Let me double check that name, but I'm pretty sure they are straight up called Blue. You can at least have a conversation with Tiamat. Yeah. Shining Force Blue. Also, French Bee. Yes. Blue is a playable male dragon in the game Shining Force: The Legacy of Great Intention and Shining Force: The Resurrection of the Dark Dragon. When you first meet him, he is a crying, cowering baby dragon who doesn't want to fight. After he joins the Shining Force, he gains the courage to fight Runefest, and after he's promoted to a Great Dragon, blah 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 blah. So yeah, basically you find him as a baby wormling and you help raise him. And I am getting the game! Yes, I will say he is a late game character, so he doesn't show up until like chapter 6 of 8. But he is in the game, and now we canonically... I don't know, if you want to tie that into your lore, go ahead. For the dragon. Here, I'll DM you, I'm going to DM you his actual wiki page, Blue. Do Discord. I already have my lore. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I didn't know. But yeah, he is, I guess we could say, like, maybe an alternative version of you. Paste into Discord. There we go. So when you get back on Discord, you can actually see the character. And the character, by the way, is white with, it's mostly silver with blue wings. Which is really cool. Like a deep royal blue style wings. It's really cool looking. And I was half tempted to mention that we could just use that as the art style for your little buddy in our campaign, but I didn't. I also just didn't want to completely rip off art, so. But yeah, he kind of is a silver dragon, for what that's worth. He's also one of my favorite characters in this game, just because he's actually pretty strong, along with the werewolf. Actually, there's also a werewolf in this game, which, when promoted, goes from werewolf to warwolf, which is actually distinct, but the only difference is that he gets cybernetic upgrades and can shoot, like, waves of wind at people that can hurt them, which is really cool. Also, Blue is notable because he stands upright most of the time. Unlike typical dragons, he's just always on his hind legs, for the most part, which is interesting. I rarely ever see dragons like that. Though Blue can fly, and he does fly in this game. He's one of the flying units in this game, so it's not like he's flightless. He just stands on his hind legs most of the time. It has pretty short, actual arms. Not quite like T-Rex short. Still short. Yeah, if you want to pick up this game, go ahead. You can pick it up on Steam. There's the Sega Genesis version. This is the original version, which is the Sega Genesis. And then there's also, I believe, a Game Boy Advance version, question mark, that you can pick up called Shining Force Resurrection of the Dark Dragon. This one is Shining Force Legacy of Great Intention, which is the original one. Which is why on my actual schedule I mark that it's Shining Force Legacy of Great Intention, even though most people just call it the original Shining Force. Because there's actually a difference. There's two different original Shining Force. And the Game Boy Advance version came out second, and it added a few new features, it added some changes, but mainly it changed the art style quite a bit, and I'm not a fan of the art style change. I much prefer the art style of the original, which is why I'm playing this version, amongst other reasons. But it did add some neat things in. Cool. Yep. However, there's also more story tacked on in the remake version. So if you want to play the remake version for the more story, you can do so. For example, it fleshes out Max's story a lot more, which Max is the main character of this game. Also, I want to say that as a kid, I personally related to Max in a lot of ways because I also had blonde hair and blue eyes and like to think of myself as a swordsman. So I related to Max in a lot of ways in that regard. Granted, Max's hair is more orangey rather than blonde, but it's supposed to be blonde, so whatever. Either way, he's also partially what my Finreal character is based off of. Almost any game with dragons, I will want to try. Yep, this game has dragons. It has a rather generic evil dragon at the end, but it has a really nice, actual friendly dragon. Which is cool. I forget if Shining Force 2 has dragons. I'm pretty sure Shining Force 2 actually fleshes out the dragons and a lot more of them. I believe there's like an entire clan of dragons in Shining Force. I don't remember though, because I'm going to admit, I didn't grow up with Shining Force 2 and I played it like once and only about halfway through. So Shining Force 2 might have more stuff involved in it? I don't know offhand. Either way, Blue is definitely a badass if you train him up. Both the one in the chat and the one in Shining Force. The one in Shining Force starts out weak, but if you actually put time and invest in them, they become very strong very quickly. And that's it, and yeah. Also, I sort of pointed this out before, but while there's no actual, like, spoken dialogue in this game, there's kind of Undertale style dialogue where the noise that text advance makes is different for each person. So different people will sound different in terms of how their text advances, but it's not actually them talking. So each character kind of does have their own voice. It's just, you know, it's not actually like voice acting. It's just different sound effects for a different person, which kind of informs the tone of their voice and like how deep. You don't see this in battle, but you see this in dialogue. But yeah. We'll get to that later, because that is in Chapter 6. Which, by the way, I should mention, this game is actually relatively easy. Provided you play it with some modicum of intelligence, it's actually rather easy. And you don't even need to grind the way I'm doing it. I'm just doing it because I want to actually level up units that are pretty decent. You know, I want to actually level up units that you might not ever see leveled up. And also, it extends playtime. For a second there, I thought someone joined the call. You also get to use a robot in this game, which is cool. Which you'll get that one later. Technology of the Ancients. I am a MC in my... hold on. Let me do this first. Is anyone hurt? I do not believe so. Uh, I am a MC in my story and the secret true final boss. I am not the villain, just went through a lot and what to see if my allies are truly strong enough to face the void. Okay, so you're a lot more like Final Fantasy Bahamut in terms of like how that works. Where you just prefer testing people. Because I know that was the whole thing about Bahamut is that they aren't actual. Sorry, the one in Final Fantasy, where they aren't actually evil or opposed to what the heroes are doing. They just fight the heroes because they're making sure the heroes are strong enough to face the things that are actually a threat. Which is why Bahamut often appears as a secret final boss, or a secret super boss. Not secret final boss, secret super boss. Though that was not my original intention. Oh, okay. What was your original intention then? There it is. Oh, well, being similar to Bahamut. Okay, yeah. It does kind of make sense though, because isn't like D&D Bahamut one of your favorite dragons, if I remember correctly? Which is part of why you like the Fizbane book so much. Also, I should add Super Boss to that title. Yeah, you're the secret Super Boss, because that I don't really see you as a final boss, quote unquote. You're more Super Boss rather than final boss. It's because final boss implies that they eventually need to fight you, whereas super boss more just implies you're an optional fight that they could do that's a lot harder than probably the actual final boss. Yes, he is, but I just like dragons. Well, yeah. I mean, who doesn't like dragons? Dragons are awesome. I love dragons. I feel dragons are very underrated in D&D terms. Well, I am mandatory to be started. Oh, okay, then you are a final boss. Got it. That's unfortunate that you're mandatory. But yeah. I'm not gonna spoil the story of Shining Force, but if you want me to tell you about, like, some of the story of Shining Force, I can go ahead and, DM it to you, but honestly, it'd be kind of cool if you experienced it. Hey, actually, that would be cool to do on stream if you ever want to just stream Shining Force. That'd be You could stream it blind. It's sad, and I intended it to be that way. You could. You could stream it blind. With or without me. Either way. Doesn't matter. Because I was about to say, like, I can DM you the story if you want to know, because I don't want to spoil it for people, but I'm like, well, no, because if you experience it blind, you might actually get impacted by the story. Whereas for me, I've experienced it for like 10 years now. Oh, sorry, more than 10 years now. Like 20 years now, so I already have it memorized. It doesn't do anything for me anymore. It's still a good story. I'll add it to my list of games to play. Cool. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. How well do you do in tactical, like, turn-based games? That is an important question. Because this game is indeed turn-based. It's a precursor to Fire Emblem. If you know how Fire Emblem plays, this is a precursor to that. I like them, though I never really played them. Okay, one dynamic I'll say about this game is that losing people, they don't permanently die, but you need to go to a priest and resurrect them in between battles. So yeah, also you have no ability to actually repeat battles, once you've done a battle, you have no ability to go back and do more, and there's also no random encounters. The only way to actually, like, grind experience, quote-unquote, if you want to do that, is to egress out. and just leave the battle. So if you ever feel like you're underleveled, you kind of just need to repeat a battle until you're not underleveled anymore. But honestly, you can usually get through without any sort of special leveling up, and it just kind of works as long as you play well and get lucky sometimes. I like them whenever... Oh, I already read that. But yeah. That's just a warning from someone who has played this game extensively. Also, Shining Force 2 exists, and Shining Force 2 is also... I'm gonna look up if there's actually dragons. I'm curious. Well, it looks like there's enemy dragons, but there's not allied playable ones in Shining Force 2. But there is definitely enemy one. So, that's interesting. I don't know fully if that's the case, but... So, Shining Force 2 might not age well. I'm probably gonna do a playthrough of Shining Force 2. I know Blue is said to be playable, and that's Shining Force 1. I was talking about Shining Force 2, which is different. Blue is definitely playable in Shining Force 1. I just was checking if the sequel game is actually also has a dragon that you can play as, and I forgot if it did or not, because I've only ever played the sequel once, and I've only played about halfway through the game, and from what I'm seeing, no, there is not. Oh, he is playable in 2? Oh, okay, cool. Then yeah, Shining Force 2 would probably also interest you, if he's playable in 2. I did not know. I never played Shining Force 2 all the way. By the way, complete this fight. Critical hit! I've also done my fair share of Shining Force 1 packing. That's worth. You made it back. You're a little late, but almost. Oh, right. I already read this. I'm not reading. I had a special technique for doing their voice, if I remember correctly. I didn't do it there, but yeah, the entire town got kept. I'm gonna skip through the text, so. By the way, when buying a weapon, to see who can equip what, there's a little EQ, which will let you see, oh, hey, they can equip it. However, buying someone a weapon does not automatically equip it. You need to actually manually go into your thing and equip a weapon. Even if they don't have a weapon currently, you can just completely, they'll just be unequipped. For example, let's say I sold the short sword. Let me just go ahead and sell the short sword he has equipped. Sell this. you'd think, okay, well, I sold his short sword, and the only usable weapon in his inventory is the axe, so it automatically equip the axe, right? No. It counts him as having equipped nothing at this point, because I sold his only equipped item. So I actually have to manually go in and equip the axe. So that's important to know. Is that the game won't automatically equip people just by doing that. You actually have to physically do it. Okay, let's recruit this character. Umber Town. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Darn you, Kane. And the king died. Sadness. And May joins the training force. Yeah, my playthrough on Tuesdays will be 100%. And by 100%, I mean getting all characters and getting all secret items. I'm going to try to help. Over here. Let's go ahead and buy May a here. That way she has a long range enter. Not so. Buy a medical alert. May. Buy one for Max, because Max is and one evidently. Buy one for board. Okay. I forget. Is there a treasure chest I can go loot now? I believe there is up here. Because the one guard that was guarding them is gone, if I remember correctly. Yeah, over here. Pounds. We got a defense potion. We got a power potion. We got 50 coins. If I ever make a game or try to again, I might go the tactical route. Also, they don't seem as hard to make. Gonna go eat lunch. See you later, sir. See you, sir. And actually, that's actually a pretty good segue to me taking it. If I want, I'll go ahead and go make some, and I will do that. That's what's up here. Yeah, let's all get up, stretch our legs, grab a drink, grab a snack, and we will return in a moment. Oh, let's save. Whoops. Whoops. I forgot to save. Yes. Get up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack. In a moment. Easy. I am back. You. Yes, I lost my progress again, unfortunately, because I did not lose all of it. I did not lose all of it, but I lost the most recent one. See, I'm back here now. Yeah. Yeah, I just lost the most recent thing. I did not lose that much. Saving is good, yes. I just need to remember to press F5 periodically. Because the normal save game function in this actual Sega Genesis Master System thing doesn't work, quote unquote. You normally save with the priest, and it doesn't exactly work in this, but you can press F5 to quick save, and then F9 to quick load. Yeah. That was me pressing it over and over. Yep. So basically you have save states, and that's what I'd advise using because one, it doesn't really give you an advantage to do it. Not much of one anyway. And two, it's a lot easier and simpler than just trying to save manually. Also, sometimes when you press the escape key to go into the simple launcher to save this thing, it can just crash, which is what happens. I tried doing the old way, which is press escape key, go back to the simple launcher, and do it. By the way, were you here when I talked about the simple launcher for this game? Okay, so I have a fair warning for you. Don't use the default launcher for this game. What I mean is when you press the play button, it'll give you 3 options. It'll give you the Sega Genesis Classic whatever option. It'll give you the simple launcher, and it'll give you the VR thing. Choose simple launcher. The reason why is because if you choose the classic Sega Genesis thing, it'll load up an entire intricately detailed living room just to have you play a game, and it lags the heck out of everything. But if you just use the simple launcher, it runs perfectly fine. As you see, this is running at 60 frames per second. If I use the quote-unquote default option, it would run at 10 frames per second. Because of how stupidly unoptimized it is. So, yeah, use a simple launcher. The simple launcher makes things run far, far better. And yeah, I'm running at a smooth 60 while on full screen. So, you don't even need to make this in time. This is full screen. Also, I should mention, you might notice there's like scan lines on the screen. Like an old TV set. That's on purpose. That's a filter I have on to make it look like it's an old TV set. Just because this is how I'm used to seeing it from when I was a kid. You could turn that off if you want to. You can have it not be there. You can apply other kinds of filters. You know, whatever you want to do. I just have this on because this is how I was used to seeing the game as a kid. Yep. So it has the same scan lines that like an old style television would have, where it's like they have the lines that go across, so like a really old tube TV, which is what I played this on. But yeah, normally with the priest, you can do the save button, which is where he makes a record of. Yeah, shall I make a record of your adventures? Yes. And this is where the game would save. Here's my record of your exploits complete. Will you continue your journey? Make sure to say yes to this, otherwise it ends the game. And yeah, also say hi to the hamster with the helmet. I'm not going to explain the hamster. That's the thing. Okay, I'll explain a little bit. He's a joke character. So that's all you need to know. He's a joke character. He's not meant to be taken seriously. Jogurt is that guy's name, and we won't recruit him right now. We'll recruit him later. But we need to talk to him right now to recruit him later. Also, yes, he has a joke. He has literally ones across the board, as in he has 1 attack, 1 defense, 1 speed, and 1 HP. And he has, like, normal movement, though, like movement of 5 or 6. And his entire gimmick is that he's incredibly weak, will die to almost anything, but if you manage to actually grind enough experience with him by having him finish off enemies to actually level him up, he won't even level up. All that it'll just say, Jogurt leveled up, and nothing happens, and you'll see he's still level 1, but you'll unlock an item called the Jogurt Ring, quote unquote, which is an item that you can buy from a shop, and it allows you to make anyone look like Jogurt. AKA, you can make your entire party look like hamsters with helmets, which is pretty freaking funny. So if you want your entire party to be hamsters with helmets, there's a way to do it in this game. Also, by the way, this is not a person riding a horse, this is actually a centaur. Pointing that out, that's actually a centaur. Animal people are a regular thing in this game. Yep. The knights in this game are not actually people riding horses, they are people who are horses. They are centaurs. And we'll see the reverse of that at some point, because Chris, a character we met last time, is a person with a human body and a horse head. So she's the reverse of this, where she just has a horse head. Also, you'll notice a lot of people have pointed ears, and they don't ever reference it, but yeah, they're elves. The pointed ear people are straight up elves. Yep. Luke is I believe a dwarf. So is Gort. And this is just a normal human. I don't know what, I believe Gone. By the way, there's various different species. They never reference what species people are, so it's up to your interpretation as to what they are. But the centaur very clearly is a centaur. So normal, like the other experiences is just normal here. Other species are just normal and no one even draws attention, which is neat. I like that. This game is very inclusive in that way, where it doesn't really matter. No one brings it up. That's either lazy or inclusive, depending on how you look at it. Also, that means that the enemy over there is also a centaur. Yeah, that's another nice thing I like about this game is while the enemies look different, this is just a dwarf. These are goblins, which granted you don't have access to goblins, but they're also weak and pathetic. So this is just a dwarf. This is just a centaur. So all the enemy races in the game, for the most part, are ones that you also have access to in some capacity. So it's not even like, oh, the enemy force is made of mindless monsters or something, besides the goblins. It's more just, oh hey, they're also made of regular people. Which is neat. They just happen to also be evil. And unlike Dust and Elysian Tale, where it's quite clearly the general who is evil and the soldiers are just kind of doing their job, the soldiers in this game are also evil. It's like their entire kingdom is just evil people. So, they don't outwardly say this in the game, but they also, like, heavily imply that that's the case, where everyone in the kingdom is on board with what the king is doing. Unlike more morally ambiguous things, where it's like, oh, they're just doing what their leader says and aren't really thinking about what they're doing. Here, no, they're kind of on board with what. It's a lot more like a cult. Yeah. Also, that's a dynamic I seek to actually get in Guardiana. Which, fun fact, Guardiana is actually the name of this city right here. The first town that you start in Shining Force is named Guardiana, which is where I pulled the name of our main setting in the Oncoming Storm campaign. That's also that's where I got the name Guardiana from. It's because it's the starting town in this game, and it's the starting nation in that game. Oh yeah, and I'm also looking for. Yeah, I'm allowed to reuse names. Besides, Guardiana sounds cool. By the way, the food I went and got is I have leftover hamburger patties and mashed potatoes drenched in gravy. Oh, up to 4 viewers. Welcome. Yeah, I'll bring up the scanline thing because someone that showed up on the back on Tuesday mentioned it and mentioned the fact that you can turn that off, right? And I'm like, yeah, but I purposefully turned it on, and they just kind of left and didn't watch anymore after that. And I'm like, okay, I guess it bothered them. So I thought I'd bring it up. But you're not worth it. Punch him in the face, Gong. Gong is basically a Way of the Mercy monk. It's like straight up, he's a Way of the Mercy monk. Because he heals people and he punches people. And he doesn't wear armor. And yet he's also hitting people really hard. Leveled up. Which, fun fact about Max, he's the main character of the game, and the one that you start with. However, you get to name the character yourself, and the game never tells you that he's named Max. That's the default name in the files for this character and story-wise, but the game never actually tells you, and when you go to name the character, it's not even the default name on there. His name is just blank, and you can fill in with whatever you want. So you probably name this like, what, Blue when you play this or something? But, canonically, his character name is indeed Max. But he's also meant to be a stand-in for the player as well, so. Which is why he has, like, 2 voice lines in the entire game. And I believe both of them are in Chapter 8. Which is the final chapter. Yep. Though, in the remake of the game, they actually fleshed out his story quite a bit. They actually fleshed out Max's story and his relationship with Kane, which is one of the villains of the actual series. He's one of the mid-bosses of the game. Which is that masked dude that killed the king that we saw. His name is Kane. He wields the Sword of Darkness, which is literally a black lightsaber. I like how the Sword of Darkness and Sword of Light in this game are just straight up lightsabers, and they don't even try to hide it. They're lightsabers imbued with magic. Or they are glowing beams of light and glowing beam of darkness. You won't get introduced to those until much later. I believe actually the first time you get introduced to that is actually the boss fight against Kane. And it's where they mentioned before, oh, he wields the Sword of Darkness, be careful around him. Yeah, you do fight Kane at a certain point. But yeah, as I said, I have played this game so long. This is what I like to call an anti-blind playthrough, where it's a playthrough I just go through and I already know every single inch of this game. So I just start talking about random stuff from random points. Just because I know it inside out. By the way, if you don't care about extending the playthrough, you can get through this game pretty fast. Because it's only 8 chapters. And each chapter is not that long. Each chapter is usually around like 3 or 4 battles, as well as story in between. That means in all, there's only like 24 to 32 battles in the entire game. And then you're just kind of done. And that's including the final, and that's including all the boss fights. So this game is not very long at all. You could probably blow through this game in like, I don't know, if you really tried to and just went full out to beat it as beat it at a relatively fast pace, you could probably beat it in 3 to 4 live streams, and it wouldn't even be that bad. And by I mean 6-hour live stream. If you dedicate an entire day to beating this game, you could probably beat it start to finish in 1 day. Is what I'm saying. And that's casually playing it, by the way. I'm not even talking about a speed run. That's just casually playing it. You could beat it from start to finish in 1 day. I could do 6-hour streams easily. Yeah. So you could probably get this done in like 3 streams. But however, I put some self-imposed rules on myself so that I help extend the gameplay. And so I get to show off more of the game. By the way, for those of you who do not know, Blue Draconics 381 also streams on Twitch. Check out his channel, give it a follow, and check out his YouTube channel. Do you want to plug your YouTube channel? So that both Twitch and YouTube, when they watch this later, can see it? Because this live stream will be uploaded to my YouTube channel a week after it comes out. Okay. Oh, wait, are you going to be like joining the call or something? I'm more meant typing through text, because they can see the text on the screen as you see in the top left, so they can see you type. Okay. Right. I didn't know what you meant by give me a moment. I'm like, wait a minute, what do you mean? But, okay. Oh, you were getting the links. Okay, that makes more sense. My bad, I'm dumb. Wait, are links blocked? Hold on, let me check my chat setting. Let me check. Yeah, I know some things.
I'm trying to remember how to like, because yeah, it automatically censors a link. That's the annoying. I don't know how to fix that. Happen. Manage moderations. Here we go. Ah, here we go. No. I now turned it off. Can I save and verify? Okay, yeah. Now that should be. Yep, that's fixed. Cool. Let me put it back into the little dock. There we go. Yeah, I forgot that I had block hyperlink. Okay, there we go. Now 4 viewers. Welcome, or that new person. Uh, yep. Yeah, check out Blue Draconics 381 on both Twitch and on YouTube. Direct link. Copy it up. I'll probably also, if I remember, post the link in the descriptions to the YouTube video, and Blue can also bug me to do that too if I don't remember. If they want to. I don't know if they can. I won't bug you. Okay. Is that because I'm already a bug? Oh yeah, I had. Good answer. Yeah. Someday I'm gonna have a birthday, but no, I don't have that type of money. If I had that type of money to spend, I'd be buying books on Roll20. That way I can drag and drop monsters. Yep. You knew it. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. By the way, you can let things play out at regular speed, or if you hold A, you can speed up text. Just a little FYI, if you want to speed up text, you can hold A to do that. Little fun fact. Also, I think Max is about to die. Not quite yet. Yeah. Also, I think Max is one of the only one-handed swordsmen I've seen in retro games that does not also have a shield. So he's one of the only characters I can think of that actually fits the duelist archetype in D&D very well. Where he's using a one-handed weapon and has a free hand. That's interesting. Anyway, so when you die, you get warped back to the priest and you lose half your money, but you keep all of your experience that you've had. So basically, I lost no progress and my units still gained whatever experience they got from that battle. So ultimately it doesn't matter all that much. It just costs us half our money, which, you know, whatever. Also, experience and money is rewarded as you kill monsters rather than after the battle is over. So that's important. Also, as you can see, this specific mission is quite annoying. Do not let this mission discourage you, Blue. This is one of the outliers in terms of really annoying because of how low your movement speed is. There is like 3 or 4 missions in the game that are excessively annoying, and this is one of them. And it's just because of how slow you move and how hard it is to get out of this mountain pass. It's not even that it's hard, it's just annoying. Oh, by the way, you want to know how turn order works in this game, because you might be noticing it's just kind of arbitrarily giving people turns. And, that's not just you seeing things, if you are seeing them. But I was curious if you'd like me to explain that, because they never explain in-game. I hope Blue gets a sneak attack bonus with that stab he's preparing. Welcome back, starter. Blue is having none of it. Welcome back, sir. Turnover is determined by unit speed. Yes and no. It actually is, but it isn't. So that would make it very simple, right? However, that's not actually how it works. Okay, people have an agility stat. And you might think, oh, the agility stat determines the turn order. No, it does not. The higher your agility is, the more likely you are to get a turn. However, turns are random die rolls. I'm not kidding. Who gets a turn when is randomly chosen by the game. And all the agility stat does is it just incentivizes this character to get it a little bit more often. Yes, I'm not kidding. This game randomly determines who gets turns and when. There is no, like, set way of them doing it, and all the agility stat does is make yourself a little bit more likely to get a turn more often. That's all it does. It doesn't directly determine anything other than you occasionally get more turns than someone. And also, you might just randomly get more turns than someone because it just arbitrarily decides to give you more turns. This game is very silly. You'll notice, Blue, that almost everything in this game is RNG. Almost everything in this game is full of RNG in some capacity. There's a lot of random bullshit that happens in this game. He doesn't want the sneak attack bonus. Alright, next time I'll wish a nat 1 on the attack roll. I missed that. Someone could get 4 turns in a row with crazy high agility? Yes, I've seen it, because I have, back when I was ROM hacking this game back a few years ago, I just tested it out of like, oh hey, what if I give a character 255 in every stat? And if I gave them 255 agility, then they would get like 8, 9, 10 turns in a row before anyone else even got a turn. I believe how it works I don't know exactly how it works, but from what I'm able to tell, it like rolls a number, and then let's say it rolls like a number of like 1 to 255, and everyone has like a chunk of the RNG assigned to them, and all the agility stat says is how big of a chunk you have, meaning how likely the number is to land on you. I think that's all it determines in the art. That's just from my own, like, what I've been able to detail in the actual thing. That's not from, like, any sort of me actually knowing. That's just me guessing how. Well then. That's 4 turns in a row. It reminds me of a level 0 skeleton in Gladius. Oh god, I forgot about that. So I showed Surtur a really funny glitch in Gladius once, which reminds me, I need to play Gladius on stream. That's definitely something I need to play on stream on Tuesdays, after I finish Shining Force. Anyway, there's a really funny glitch in Gladius that you can do if you use cheat codes. And don't get me wrong, they're not like Game Shark hacking, they're actual built-in cheat codes that you can type in with button commands in the game. But one of the things that you can do is lower the enemy gladiators' levels. And you can lower them down to level 1. And then, if you do this for the Night of the Dead mission, where there's a bunch of undead around, you can get the undead summoners to use Skeleton 1 as level 1. And if you don't know what Skeleton 1 does, it summons a skeleton that is 1 level lower than your current level. But they never anticipated it being a level 1 summoner, so it summons a level 0 skeleton, which wraps around and is actually a maximum level skeleton with like 5,000 in every stat, but doesn't have any items or weapons equipped. So he can't attack anybody, and he can only pass on each of his turns. But because his stats are so astronomically high, he's getting like a stupid amount of turns compared to everyone else. So it's just like, oh, it's like, okay, your turn's end. Okay, skeleton, pass, 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 pass. Okay, now you get a turn again. You have to wait, like in between each character turn, you have to wait for this guy to get like 3 turns and just passing over and over. I don't know what level it'd be. Because I know the highest level you can normally do in the game is 30, but I think technically the hard cap would probably be 255. Yeah. Not to it. Yeah, I guess it might be level 256. I think it's just an underglow. By the way, it's incredibly silly. Because level 0 characters do not exist in that game, and they should not exist, but you can somehow summon one through this. Technically, you could do that if you somehow recruited a summoner as Undead Summoner level 0, which, if you do the Enemy Gladiators code, as I mentioned, you can actually recruit a level 1 Undead Summoner, which means as long as you keep them level 1, you can summon this level 0 skeleton, but he can't do anything, so... And you can't control skeletons that you summon. So it doesn't serve any function other than just wasting time and being an enemy, being a thing that enemies aggro onto. He also has a 95% dodge rate, which when you don't get a crit. Yeah, and the reason why is because his... the reason why it's not higher is because the lowest your accuracy can be in that game is 5%. So really, it would normally be like 100% dodge rate, but there's a minimum 5% window that you could hit someone. No matter how terrible, no matter how shitty your aim is in that game. That's the only reason why anyone can even hit that guy, because his evasion stat is so ridiculously high. So you can't get rid of him, you can't kill him, and he wastes everyone's time. He sounds like a gag character. He literally sounds like a gag character in a manga. It's like, anyway. It's like D&D essentially. Even if an enemy has an AC of 1,000, if you roll 20 on the die, you still hit, yes. Indeed. However, that only applies to attack rolls and not to ability checks. You know, let's say you have a -2 in a particular ability stats. Let's say you have a -1 modifier in stat and you need to make a DC 20 check. Even rolling a 20 on the die will only get you a 19 and you won't pass it. So it doesn't matter what you roll on the die, you will fail. No. It does not apply to saving throws, ability checks, nothing. It only applies to attack rolls. It used to apply to those things, but in 5th edition, it does not. Back in 3.5, it applied to those things, I'm pretty sure. Because I used to play, I played a lot of 3.5 and all 5. I'm not a big fan of 4, but 3.5 and 5 are fun. The only saving throw that it applies to is death saving throws. And that's just because death saving throws are very special, and it specifically says it applies to attack rolls and death saves. I was asking because saving throws are often related to an opponent trying to attack someone. Not really in D&D, but I do get what you mean. But no. Saving throws, it does not apply unless it's a death saving throw. And the only thing that happens if you crit a death save is that you immediately stand up with 1 HP. It's like, you're just too big to die. You're too angry to die, and you just get back up. Yeah, I guess it depends on how you define attack. To me, an attack is something that does damage. Which, outside of magic, there's not a lot of... Well, even if you include magic, most magic is attack roll based. However, there is some magics, like Fireball, for example, that requires your opponent to make a dex save to dodge it. So, usually to me, an attack is doing damage of some kind. But if you define attack as just something that is negative towards the enemy, then yes, there's actually quite a few saving. Because like hexes, curses, hypnotic patterns, stuff like that. Because those things, they don't technically hurt people, but they do like debuff the opponent. So that's a thing. Also low level up, so we're repeating this now. However, that actually is important to know, Starter, is that saving throws are actually a really good way to get around someone that has a really high AC, because it doesn't... let's take Sacred Flame, for example. The Sacred Flame cantrip. Instead of doing an attack roll, it just makes the opponent take a saving throw to determine how much damage they take. So it doesn't matter how high your armor class is, as long as you fail that saving throw. Because it's like, oh hey, let's say you have an armor class of like 45 or something. You still just need to make a dex save. Wait, what? Yeah, it doesn't matter how good your armor is. This does damage, not... AC only affects attack rolls. And that's it. So if you have something that can do damage without doing an attack roll, the opponent's AC does not matter. It's Magic Missile. ITU rolls the dice, not unless you have shield or counter spell. Does it even require line of sight? I think it does. But yeah, Magic Missile will just auto-hit. The flip side to that, Surtur, is that Magic Missile, since it doesn't use the attack roll, it normally cannot crit unless the opponent is paralyzed. In which case it auto-crits. Because Paralyzed says that any attacks done towards a target that is paralyzed automatically crit. So, that can let you crit with things that normally cannot ever crit because they don't have attack rolls. Like Magic Missile, for example, or Sacred Flame. That's another example. Which, by the way, a critical hit in D&D just rolls double the damage dice, for reference. I know there's like 2 different ways that you can do it. You can either have it be double the damage dice, or you can have it be, you max out the current damage dice, but I do double. Because that's the default way that you do it, and it works well enough for me. Hex Magic Missile is a really nasty combo. That just has me thinking of Hex Magic Missile. And its less common cousin, freaking Hunter's Mark Magic Missile. Yeah. And then there's the Marut. He attacks, you take 60, but he didn't roll for it, and you take 60. Yeah, he just deals 60 force damage, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, and he can do that twice in a turn. If you're within range, he deals 60 force damage to you. Period. He doesn't roll damage, he doesn't roll attack roll, there's no saving throw. He just deals 60 force damage to you, and there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing that affects it is if you're resistant to force damage, in which case you only take 30. But even then, you know. And that's not the only attack that he does that has guaranteed damage either. That's just one of them. Whenever you use a medical herb on yourself. There's a reason why the Marut is like a CR 20 or something. In comparison to something like the Skulk, which the Skulk is, you know, he's got an AoE attack. Everyone takes 45 radiant damage, no save, no damage roll. Yep, that's another thing that he can do. Just take 45 radiant. But no, you take 45 radiant, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's no dex save, there's no evasion, nothing. You just take 45 radiant damage. All of us? Yes, all of you. Within this range of him, so yes, you do. I like the Marut. As a DM, he's a really nice tool to use. He's also got really cool lore. At least that's a lot better. At least he's a lot more reasonably CR'd than, you know, the Skulk or the Shadow, which I and Blue talked about yesterday, and those creatures are somehow CR 1/2 when it's like, oh, their abilities are a lot stronger than just CR 1/2, but whatever. I'll talk about those when I come back. I need to go to the bathroom. I will be back. I returned. Ugh. Thank you, Blue. I appreciate the welcome back. My TV turned off while I was gone, so I need to set my things. Wait, you suplexing me or something? Uh, anyway. No, I didn't want you to go full. There we go. Okay, so what I miss? And then there's the Marut, which just Attack 60, blah, blah, blah. The AI, the AoE of 45. I think there's a saving throw to resist an after effect of the attack. Sometimes, yes. Honorable music. Oh, you mean two shadows together is a perfectly reasonable encounter for 15 minutes in the session one? No, it's not. If we go by that CR at least. Yeah, welcome back. Ah, that's why the sound spiked up for a few seconds, because you reopened the TV, I guess. Indeed, that's why I did. That actually is what happened, because when I turn on the TV again, it switches from, oh hey, TV audio to my computer audio, and then back to the TV audio real quick. So when it spiked up, it was because it was coming through my computer, not through my TV. But obviously, most computers have speakers on them. So yeah, that's the reason why that Asserter is actually correct about that. Okay, so I have to think about the Skulk and the Shadow. So these are both CR 1/2 creatures, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Yeah, they're both CR 1/2 creatures. So I'm gonna get this battle started, but while I do this, yeah, these are some of the most ridiculous creatures in terms of like how overstated they are for their particular CR. And for those who do not know about how CR work, allow me to take a brief moment to explain. CR is referred to as challenge rating. And specifically, a challenge rating number is specifically referring to the level of party required to beat it. And a party, in this definition, is 4 people. So, in other words, 4 level 1/2 people are supposed to be able to take this out. Or, in other words, 2 level 1 people are supposed to be able to take out a Shadow or a Skulker. However, that's what CR normally means. So if it's a CR1 creature, it requires 4 people of a 4-man party of level 1s, on average, to beat it. And for most creatures, CR works pretty well. In fact, for most creatures, enemies, the party can take them out pretty easily if they actually match it at their CR. However, that is not the case for specific enemies that just seem like way overtuned for their given CR. In particular, we have the Shadow from the Monster Manual, and the Skulker from the Morton Cayman's Tome of Foes. So, I'll go over the Shadow first, because it's from the Dungeons and... It's from, sorry, the Monster Manual. It came out before Morton Cayman's Tome of Foes. So, it's a medium undead, chaotic evil. It's a CR 1/2. Armor class of 12. It has 16 hit points on average, or 3d8 plus 3. And has a speed of 40 feet. So already, it can move faster than an average person. An average person moves at 30 feet. And at that level, it actually has a pretty respectable HP value for a level 1 character, as well as a pretty poor AC. However, also, by the way, its stats are Strength 6, Dex 14, Con 13, Int 6, Wisdom 10, Charisma 6. So it's pretty low on stats. However, that's not the powerful part. See, first off, it's a living shadow. So it has +4 to stealth. And it's vulnerable to radiant damage, meaning radiant damage deals double damage to it. Okay, doesn't seem that bad. Let me read you off its damage resistances. It is resistant to acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. It is immune to necrotic and poison. To put into perspective, immune means you take no damage or effects from it, and resisted means you take half. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 resistances. As a CR 1/2 creature. Meaning, unless you have radiant damage, you're kind of screwed in terms of actually killing this thing, because it's really hard to kill. So, pretty much every physical attack is yes, unless you have magical weapons. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons. And a bunch of elements, yes. And it has a +4 to stealth. And it's straight up immune to both necrotic and poison. Oh, by the way, it's also immune to a bunch of conditions. It's immune to exhaustion, frightened, grappled, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, and restrained. So you can't knock it prone, you can't poison it, you can't petrify it, you can't paralyze it, you can't try to grab it, you can't frighten it, you can't even trip it. Also, by the way, it has a dark vision of 60 feet and a passive perception of 10. So, yeah, and this is a CR 1/2 creature. However, it gets worse. You'll want... It gets even worse than that. Because, first off, it has Amorphous, which is a special ability that says the shadow can move through its space as narrow as 1 inch without squeezing. Meaning it can go under doors, it can go in between the bars of a jail cell, it can go underneath doors, it can go anywhere that has a 1 inch hole. It can probably go into a mouse hole in the wall. Okay, and that's without squeezing, by the way, which squeezing counts as difficult terrain and allows you to move through things that are half of what you can normally move through. So meaning it can move through a 1/2 inch hole while squeezing. Now, it also does have Sunlight, which says, while in sunlight, the shadow has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throw. So, if you can get in sunlight, or you can do a spell that can make sunlight, that can potentially help you. However, it gets even worse, because its action, the only attack it can do, is called Strength Drain. So, okay, just based off that name, that sounds pretty interesting. What it does, keep in mind this thing is super stealthy and has a bunch of resistances, unless you put it in, and its only weak to radiant damage and sunlight, but it has strength rate. It's a melee weapon attack with a +4 to hit, a reach of 5 feet, which, by the way, if you're stealthed from the target and they can't see you, you get advantage of it. The target is one creature. The target takes 2d6 + 2 necrotic damage. So already, it's hitting you for an average of 9 necrotic damage, which is quite a bit. But it gets worse, because the target's strength score is then reduced by 1d4, and the target dies if it's reduced to a strength score of 0. Meaning that, oh hey, if let's say you're playing as a wizard who dumped strengths, because why do you care about strength as a wizard and you have an 8 strength, it could potentially kill you in 2 hits by rolling 4s on the d4 twice. Not even counting the fact that it just did 18 necrotic damage to you. Not even counting the 18 necrotic damage. It can just straight up kill you by draining your strength to 0. But it gets worse. Because, otherwise the reduction, it says otherwise the reduction lasts until the target takes a short or long rest. If a non-evil humanoid dies from this attack, a new shadow then rises from the corpse, 1d4 hours later. Meaning, not only did your character die from this, and that's, by the way, if it dies from the attack. It doesn't even need to die from the strength drain. It's dying from the attack in general. So if your character dies from this, and you don't resurrect them within 1d4 hours, it's a lot harder to do so now because your soul just got turned into a shadow. Provided you weren't evil. If you're evil, you're immune to them. But still, it's crazy. And this is supposedly a CR 1/2 creature. Yeah, no, I don't see a party of 2 level 1s dealing with this thing. Yeah, it seems like it would be like CR 5, or at least CR 3. But no, it's CR 1/2. This is freaking absurd. Oh, But this isn't the only creature, because Morgan Kamen saw, oh, looked at that and went, I can do that one again with a different creature. And that's where we get to the Skulker. The Skulker is also a CR1 half creature, and is a medium humanoid who is chaotic neutral instead of chaotic evil. And he also is busted, but in a completely different way. So, first off, straight off the bat, the Skulker is immune to radiant damage, unlike the other one. But it has an armor class of 14, an average hit points of 18, and a speed of 30 feet. So already it has higher armor class and higher average HP. It has a strength of 6, a dexterity of 19, a con of 10, an intelligence of 10, a wisdom of 7, and a charisma of 1. It has hits or charisma, but that barely matters. Anyway, it has +2 to Constitution saving throws. It has +8 to stealth, so it's really freaking stealthy. It is immune to radiant damage, and it's immune to being blinded. So guess what? That vulnerability, it doesn't have all the resistances, but the thing that you think would be good against it, it's just immune to. So that's interesting. It understands common, but cannot speak. It has dark, but here's a kicker. It has dark vision up to a range of 120 feet. So it has dark vision about twice as far as an average person usually has dark vision. However, that's not the reason why I'm bringing this guy up. Because, oh, a +8 to stealth with that much dark vision, that's already pretty good. Especially with that armor class and that HP at a CR 1/2. By itself, that would be a CR 1/2 creature. But no, it gets worse, because they also have fallible invisibility. Get a load of this one. The Skulk, I'm going to read it verbatim. The Skulk is invisible. This invisibility can be circumvented by 3 things. Number 1, the Skulk appears as a drab, smooth-skinned humanoid if its reflection can be seen in a mirror or on another surface. Number 2, the Skulk appears as a dim, translucent form in the light of a candle made of fat rendered from a corpse whose identity is unknown. Or 3, humanoid children aged 10 and under can see through this invisibility. So, this guy is completely invisible unless you either 1, have a mirror on you, 2, you happen to have made a candle from the fat of someone that is unidentified, or 3, you have a humanoid child with you that's aged 10 or less. I don't know if most adventuring parties, they would just bring children along with them, but sure. Also, by the way, it also has the trackless ability, which means that it doesn't leave any tracks as to where it was or where it's headed. Meaning, you can't even track this thing's footprints. It doesn't even leave footprints. So, it has +8 to stealth, and most of the time it's invisible. And it has dark vision to 120 feet, and it leaves no tracks. Busted. However, there's more, because there is always more. There is what we haven't even talked about. What's its actual attack? Its actual attack is called Claws. It's a +6 to hit, which, keep in mind, since it's invisible, it probably has advantage on top of this. Because you get advantage if the target cannot see you. So it's a +6 to hit with a reach of 5, and it does, on average, 6 slashing damage. 1d4 +4. Doesn't seem that bad, right? You know, whatever. But no. Here's the thing. There's more. If the Skulk has advantage on the attack roll, which most of the time it will, the target also takes 7 necrotic damage, aka 2d6 necrotic damage. So his claw attack goes from 1d4 +4 to instead 1d4 +4 +2d6. If he has advantage, which, newsflash, he has invisibility almost all the time. So he's almost always going to have advantage. And he actually has reasonable HP and armor class, and he's immune to being blinded and radiant, and he has really long range. And he has a +8 to his stealth score, and he doesn't leave packs. And why is this guy CR 1/2 again? I don't see 2 level 1 characters dealing with that, unless one of the level 1 characters happens to be a kid age 10 or under. So if there's 6 people in the party, if the DM blindly follows CR, 3 Shadows, 3 Shulks, or any combination would be seen as pretty doable fight. Yeah, right. Right? And here's the thing, the Monster Manual recommends that you use Shadows in packs. As in, like, packs of 4 to 5 of them. I don't want to stick any party against a pack of 4 or 5 of them, because I can just imagine a bunch of Shadows just ganging up on someone and draining their strength to 0 in, like, 1 round. Now, I will say, unlike the Shadow, I will say, if you actually properly prepare before the fight, these creatures are relatively easy to do. For example, if you give your party access to a Drift Globe, that Drift Globe can use the Sunlight spell to project sunlight out, which will help against the shadows. And if you want, so if you give them access to that, then it's a more reasonable fight for them to fight against shadows, because you at least know they have an out if they can figure it out. And with Skulkers, if you want to make the Skulker fight fair, you can make it so that there's like Skulkers in like a haunted mansion sort of thing, and there's a creepy child that's guiding you through the mansion that can see the Skulkers, but the party can't. You know, so they can potentially get information from the child as to where it is. Man, I'm looking forward to the 4 Shadows fight late in the first session on the 26th. I don't think I'm going to be using the Shadows in that one. They might be in my campaign, but I don't think they're going to be in that fight. For reference, by the way, Half Ogres are a CR1 creature that I pit 2 of them against every single character in their Session 0. And keep in mind, the CR1 creature is supposed to be a match for 4 level 1 characters. And I had level 4 characters beating the crap out of 2 Half Ogres pretty handily. Here is the stat block of what a Half Ogre is. Button 1. Okay, oh, they're level 4. Dang, I should have said 8 shadows. Right, they're level 4. Okay, so for reference, by the way, here's what a CR1 creature is, the Half Ogre. It's a large/giant creature, any chaotic alignment, armor class of 12, hit points of 30, which is 4d10 plus 8, and has a speed of 30 feet. It has a strength of 17, dex of 10, con of 14, int of 7, wisdom of 9, charisma of 10. So, they don't have any special abilities whatsoever. They have a dark vision up to 60 feet. They have hit points of 30 and worse armor class than the Skulker, and they're a CR1 creature. Their attacks, however, are actually not bad. They have the Battle Axe, which has a 5-foot range, and if they use 2 hands, it's 2d10 plus 3, which on average is 14 damage, which is not bad, but the Skulker can output just as much with advantage. And then they have the Javelin range attack, which has a range of 30 to 120 feet. It's 2d6 plus 3 piercing damage. Keep in mind, though, if they throw farther than 30 feet, then they have disadvantage. But yeah, that's all the stats the Half Ogre has. Let's be honest, Surtur, Blue, Half Ogre sounds a lot less impressive than the Skulker or the Shadow does, right? Am I the only one that thinks that the Half Ogre is a lot less impressive than the Skulker or Shadow despite being twice the CR? That sounds more reasonable for a CR1 creature. And that's also from the Monster Manual. So this is from the same Monster Manual that the Shadow was in. Yeah, for a fair comparison, it should be one Half Ogre compared to a pair of Shadows or a pair of Skulkers. Which, I'm sorry, one Half Ogre would be eviscerated by a pair of Skulkers and would do very poorly against a pair of Shadows. He'd do better against a pair of Shadows than a pair of Skulkers, but still. Yeah, you don't even need a pair. Also, fun fact, if you pit one Skulker against one Shadow, the Shadow would actually have a pretty good shot at beating the Skulker if it could see it, simply because the Skulker only has a strength of 6. So you'd only need to drain, like, 2 times to reasonably kill the thing. So that's a thing. And it's chaotic neutral, not chaotic evil, so a shadow would rise from the corpse of the Skulker. So, provided the shadow can see the Skulker, you would actually get that. Also, the Skulker's attacks deal slashing and necrotic damage, which guess what? The shadow is completely immune to necrotic damage, and he's resistant to slashing. So actually, there's not much the Skulker can do to fight against the shadow. Yeah. I just mentioned that. Also, the Shadow moves faster than the Skulker. Yes, tiny. So, really, if you put them in a one-on-one fight, provided the Shadow could actually even see the Skulker, the Shadow would win. And even if he couldn't, the Skulker couldn't actually do much. By the way, you can actually attack an invisible creature, you just have disadvantage when doing it. And that first requires you to get an idea of where the creature is, because you're basically just swinging blindly at where you think they are. That's why it's just disadvantage in the attack roll, but you can still try to make an attack roll. You just have disadvantage. So, technically, the moment that the Shadow knows that the Skulker is there, or is somewhere around, he can just start swinging blindly at it. Which would give him disadvantage, but, you know, no. He has the endurance to potentially outlast that. Honestly, I don't even know if a pair of Half Ogres would be able to beat a Skulker. Let alone 2 Skulkers versus 1 Half Ogre. So if you get stabbed in the back, you're allowed to do a 180 and attack that general area. Well, facing rules are not normally a thing in D&D. However, there is an optional rule to make facing be a thing. And by facing, I mean, remember like the Gladius style facing stuff? Yeah. That is an optional rule. However, on your turn, when it becomes your turn, you can use your movement to turn around and attack the enemy that you think is behind you. But you can't do it immediately, no. Facing rules are not normally a thing indeed. They are entirely an optional. Yeah, I wanted to tell you about the Skulker and Shadow because we're on the subject of the Marut, and we mentioned how powerful the Marut is, but at least he is properly challenge rating. He's a challenge rating 20 plus creature. So at least he's more proper. This, it's just like, what the heck? So, there's a fair warning for DMs out there. If you're gonna use the Shadow and the Skulker, make sure your party actually has a way to exploit their weaknesses before you give them a fight against it. Because if you stick a party blindly against one of these things, they will die, or at least get very badly maimed. Marut is 25. Okay, yeah, CR 25. So, in theory, a Marut can fight 50 shadows. Which is funny to think about a Marut trying to fight 50 shadows. Because that strength drain attack is what would kill him. If they manage to hit, of course, but if they manage to hit, that strength drain attack will just be the thing that destroys the Marut. Just straight up. Also, I haven't been paying attention. I've been leveling up or not. I'm just very getting that one. I don't think I have. But I've been barely paying attention. I've been mostly moving in the background while just talking Volker and Shadow. Because I wanted to go into that. I wanted to go deep into that and just prove like how stupid these characters are in terms of power. Straight up power. I'll have Luke's in. That way they can be aligned. Okay. Making sure your D&D sheets are done well. What do you mean by done well? I'm curious. As in making them look good. Okay. Fair enough. I always wondered, like, because I've never really seen what other DMs, like, character sheets look like and stuff. So I usually have, like, no comparison as to, like, how mine look compared to theirs. I know mine are usually kind of a mess in terms of, like, how I organize them and stuff. Also, a little thing, they have these knights just kind of sitting here, but they don't have a ranged weapon, because they have a bronze lance, not a spear. I always find that a little weird, that these knights are just kind of sitting here across the river to, like, clearly throw across at you, but they don't have spears. That they only have close combat lances, which is just always been a weird little detail to me, that you can just pick these guys off very easily from over here. Also, I want to let Tao actually get that combo. Monster kill. I want to let Tao get the triple kill. Anyway. Oh yeah. Aww, you survived with 1 HP. I want Tao to actually get... Oh, we leveled up, so... Okay, I guess we have to repeat this battle. Okay. I guess that was kind of a good thing then. So yeah. There's a lot of... It's not just those two, by the way. There's other creatures that are overtuned for their particular level. If you want to check out more of them, D&D Logs on YouTube makes a really cool series called... makes a couple of different top 10s for D&D. And one of them is the top 10 strongest low CR creatures. And that's where I actually found out about the Skulk and the Shadow. It's from those top 10 low CR creatures. And if you want to see the Shadows in action, go check out Dungeons and Dragons, which is a very fun series I enjoy and acts as a direct inspiration for the oncoming Storm Camp. In terms of it's what inspired me to be a dungeon master in the first place. I noticed I do a little finger thing whenever I do that plug, but I'm like, I don't know why I do that, considering, I mean, I don't know why I'm doing a visual thing for a audio recording, basically, but whatever. Also, yes, I know. Surtur is also a streamer, by the way. Feel free to go give him a follow and check him out on Surtur Yu-Gi-Oh! On Twitch. He does not stream that often, though. I'm just imagining a Marut being attacked by 50 shadows and just doing the AoE 60-foot cube that would hit a lot of them immediately. Skulks might win because the AoE is radiant damage. Yeah, but you also gotta consider the fact that I believe the Marut has blind sight. Doesn't the Marut have blind sight? I have not looked up the stats of the Marut right now. If he has blind sight or true sight, I'll throw a follow at him, aka a knife. Ah, for that extra sneak attack damage, you see. Yes. Vision, blah blah blah, senses. Oh, just dark vision. Okay, never mind. I thought it had blind sight. Never mind. Maruts only have dark vision, indeed. The deed is done. Surtur, you have a new knife stabbed into your back. How do you react to this? How do you react to this dilemma? Thank you for sending my buddy a follow. So, for curiosity's sake, do you two want me to read out what the Marut's actual stat line is? Because I know we've talked a bit about them, but I haven't actually gone over their stats, and it'll give me something to do while I'm here. So, I pulled up the page. If you'd like me to read it out, just let me know. Also, I just realized I need to plug in my actual tablet so it doesn't, die on me in the middle of the reading. That would be unfortunate. Yeah, Blue and Surtur, let me know if you want me to read out that stat sheet. I kind of want to, but I'm not gonna bore you too. I went through it looking for the senses like a minute ago, so ask Blue. Fair. Blue, do you want me to read you out what this thing does? Also, I just realized the Marut can fly, so... what we are talking about, the Marut, thing that does guaranteed force damage that we talked about before. The CR25 creature that we were talking about before. It's a creature in D&D. And we were talking about its stats before when we were talking about creatures tuned for the thing. Okay, so the Marut, it's a large construct, awful evil. It has an armor class of 22. It has an average hit points of 432, which is 32 D10 plus 256. This is a CR25 creature, so keep that in mind. It is actually a proper-ish CR. It has a and its speeds are 40 feet and a fly speed of 30 feet hovering. So I just realized that, yeah, it can actually hover, so I can actually get out of the way of the shadows. But regardless, it has a strength of 28, a dex of 12, a con of 26, a wisdom of 15, an intelligence of 19, and a charisma of 18. Its saving throws, it has a plus 12 to intelligence saving throws, a plus 10 to wisdom saving throws, and a plus 12 to charisma saving. Its skills are plus 10 to insight, plus 12 to intimidation, and plus 10 to perception. It has the damage resistances of thunder damage, as well as bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. So again, it has the non-magical attack resistance as well as thunder damage, which is basically sound damage, not lightning. Lightning and thunder are two different things. Those who do not know. I don't know if Surtur knew. Why I mentioned it. It's immune to poison. And it's immune to poison damage, and it's also immune to the following conditions: harmed, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, and unconscious. So already it has less resistances and immunities than the actual shadow does. It has a dark vision of 60 feet and a passive perception of 20. And languages, it speaks all languages, but it rarely ever speaks. But it can understand all languages, and it's challenge rating 25. Okay, so here's where we get to the fun. I never noticed the large construct, inevitable. Yes. The reason why it's called inevitable is because it's an inevitable class construct from the world that's made. That's the actual name of the model that it is. It's the name of the type of construct it is. It's one of the inevitable class constructs from its original, the Plane of Existence, which is Mechanus. It's from the Plane of Mechanus in the Outer Planes, which is the lawful plane. Yep. That's one. Anyway, so it has a multi-attack. It has 3 traits. It has Immutable Form, which says the Marut is immune to any spell or effect that would alter its form. So, no polymorph, no change, no blah blah blah. You cannot polymorph it in any capacity. You cannot change its form at all. Regardless of whether you do a 9th level true polymorph, no. It just doesn't work. It has 3 legendary resistances per day, where if it fails a saving throw, it can just choose to pass instead 3 times per day. And it has magic resistance, so it has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. So it just straight up has advantage on saving throws, and its immunity to things that try to change its form. It has a couple of actions it can do. First, it can do its multi-attack, which is 2 slam attacks. Let's read what that slam attack does. Thundering Slam is a melee weapon attack that automatically hits, has a reach of 5, and hits the target for 60 force damage, and then they are pushed 5 feet away from the Maruts if they are huge or smaller. So yes, it will just smack you in the face for 60 force damage, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. No level of armor class, no level of any sort of evasion or anything will stop it from hitting you. It will just hit you for that much, and there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you have resistance to force damage. That's the only thing you do to reduce it. Anyway, and it can do 2 of those as part of its multi-attack, so it can smack a single target for 120 force damage automatically in one round, in the 1 attack action. It also has Blazing Edict, which is a recharge 5, and it says arcane energy emanates from the Marut's chest in a 60-foot cube. Every creature in that area takes 45 radiant damage. Each creature that takes any of this damage must succeed on a DC 20 wisdom saving throw or be stunned until the end of the Marut's next turn. So, he can not only deal guaranteed radiant damage to everyone within a 60-foot cube, but he can also knock almost everyone out in terms of just making them stunned. which leads into his next ability called Justify. Justify says the Marut targets up to 2 creatures it can see within 60 feet of it. Each target must succeed on a DC 20 Charisma saving throw or be teleported to a teleportation circle in the Hall of Concordance in Sigil. A target fails automatically if it is incapacitated. If either target is teleported in this way, the Marut teleports with it to the circle. So it can, and by the way, if you're stunned, you're automatically incapacitated. So it can stun everyone within a 60-foot cube and go, you, and then grab you and just teleport you to the Halls of Concordance. You and your buddy, and that's it. That's its entire MO, is it shows up, knocks out people it has to, it punches away people that it has to, knocks out everyone, grabs you, and teleports you to the Hall of Concordance to face justice. It is literally a bounty hunter. It is the bounty hunter of D&D for when you break godly contracts. And as a bounty hunter, it's pretty effective. I could go more into the lore of like the Hall of Concordance and stuff, but the point is, it's one of my favorite creatures in Dungeons and Dragons, and it's also one of my favorite creatures in terms of just, you know, running it as a DM, because I've only ever gotten to run this thing twice. And both times, it felt incredibly fun to do, because I was effectively getting revenge on the party, because they were, or rather, I didn't get revenge on the party, but they broke a contract that they knew was going to be a pretty big contract, and they went back on it. And yeah, technically I got to use them 3 times. Because 2 times they broke the contract and I got to drag their ass over to the Hall of Concordance, which... The 3rd time, however, their benefactor broke the contract. And my players looked up at me and actually asked if I was going to bring in a Marut, and I said, fair is fair, and their benefactor, which is a demon lord of the abyss, got his ass knocked out by a Marut and then dragged to the Hall of Concordance. Because the Marut does not care if you're a demon. These Maruts are built to take out celestials, demigods, freaking demon lords, all this sort of stuff. He just knocked the demon lord's ass out and just dragged him to the Halls of Concordance. Which was really funny. I think someone joined the call? No one did. Okay. I thought I heard the little Discord Hadoop thing. So yeah, the Maruts are really fun when you can actually pull them out. When you can actually pull them out as a DM. Just don't do it. Only do it if it actually fits within the lore of the Marut. So if a Marut wants you to the Hall of Concordance, you must have succeeded 2 DC 20 in a row. It was your imagination. Yeah, it was my imagination. But yeah, a target must succeed 2 of them in a row if they want to go there. And keep in mind, the way Recharge 5 the way the recharge mechanic works is that when a thing with recharge is used, at the start of each of that creature's turns, they roll a d6, and on a roll equal to or higher than their recharge number, they recharge that ability. So potentially, if he keeps rolling well, he can try this every turn. Because if you fail the first one, you're stunned and you're going to be dragged over there. Yes. That's exactly what's going to happen. Keep in mind, though, he cannot use both the action and the justify in the same turn, because they both take actions. So, that's the reason why Blazing Edict says you are stunned until the end of the Marut's next turn. Because that way, on his next turn, he can just do justify again. It's not like the Marut is unbeatable or anything, but he's definitely someone you do not want to mess with. But he's also not just a randomosity going to find. If he shows up, he's showing up for a very, very specific reason. And if he's after you, then that means that you fucked up. There's nothing that you can do about it. He's just going to be there. And even if you destroy him, another one's just going to come after you. And another one. And another one. And another. They'll keep sending more until they eventually drag you to the Hall of Concordance. There's nothing you can do about it. You'll just have Maruts coming after you at that point. Because the first time I unleashed it was against a party of level 20 characters. And yeah, sure, they were shocked at first. One of them actually did die, but they got resurrected after the fight. But yeah. Also, fun fact, by the way, not only if you don't know this, Surtur, if you're knocked unconscious, you're also counted as being incapacitated. So he has two different ways to try and drag you to the Hall of Concordance. He can either stun you with his Blading Edict, or he can just knock you to 0 hit points and then drag you there that way. My introduction to Marut was a guy shouting, "Open up! It's the Dimension Bullies!" Yeah, basically. And you can totally do the Terminator line of "Come with me if you want to live," and just have a Marut say that as the Marut just shows up, goes up to you, and says, "Come with me if you want to live," and then punches you twice in the gut for 120 force damage, and then drags your butt to the Halls of Concordance. And everyone's just looking around like, "What the heck happens?" So yeah, he's basically the D&D equivalent of the Terminator, which is just really freaking cool to me. Hans, I want you to use your Metacore. My first introduction to this was actually in a D&D Logs video, because he was talking about the top 10 strongest high CR creatures, and he talked about the Marut in that one, because it's one of the strongest high CR creatures. And I argue that the nerfed version of the Tarrasque that the 5e manual has could probably be beaten up by a Marut. You get a surprise round if you plane shift into your opponent's face, because Maruts can plane shift. Surprise rounds are not a thing anymore. They're not a thing in D&D 5e. They were a thing in D&D 3.5 and 4, but they're not a thing in 5. You can surprise opponents, but all that means is that they don't get a turn on the first turn, but it's still technically the first turn as normal. It just... yeah. So, technically though, yeah, if they plane shifted into your face, they could potentially get surprise on you, especially if you don't have a very perceptive party, and no one has the alert feat or a weapon of warning. If someone has the alert feat, though, then it's pretty reasonable that they're going to be okay. Because the alert feat just makes it so that you can never be surprised. As well as having +5 to initiative. So yes. Also, we're up to 4 viewers. Welcome. Yeah, we're doing Shiny Course. It's just a super casual playthrough, and I was just talking about... my brain is on D&D right now. Murray plane shift into the wizard's face, gets high initiative roll, double slams the wizard. He's coming with me. Yes, that could very well happen. Also, our Murray doesn't really... Yeah, don't forget to save. Right, thank you. I saved. I have now saved. Thank you for that, for reminding me. But yeah, and here's the thing, as I said, if you knock a target to 0 HP, that still counts as being incapacitated. So a Maru can drag you away automatically in that case. And I'm sure someone can heal you once you're actually there. What wizard is going to have more? Wizards, on average, only get like 100-something HP at level 2. So, very likely, he could just now say, I did save. I did save already. The only reason why you aren't able to actually see it is because it's covered by chat. But I have, in fact, pressed save. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Blue. I appreciate it. But now I have saved, yes. Anyway, 121 plus HP. Yeah. Most wizards that I know of, unless they're incredibly high level, like level 20, don't get that high of HP, or they take like the tough feat. Okay, so I'm not sure if you've seen them, Blue, but here's these bats. These stats look relatively impressive, right? These bats have a like 75% dodge rate, to where you have a 75% chance of just missing when trying to hit them. And also, I should point out that if they hit you, they can put you to sleep. Yep, and sleep in this game works like Gen 1 Pokemon sleep, where if you wake up from sleep, it wastes your entire turn. That is very rude, yes. They are, I call them the annoying giant bats. And I have made a monster version of them in TNT, because why not? It's freaking hilarious. Oh, I never bought you actually a good weapon. Whoops. Whatever. But yes, that is incredible. They have low HP, and if you do manage to hit them, they will go down. And also, if you have a way to hit them guaranteed, like magic in this game automatically hits, for example, then you can do damage to them. It's just... they have incredibly high movement range, and also they just straight up are really hard to hit. And they can put you to sleep and make you waste your turn. And as I said, it works like Gen 1 Pokemon. So if you wake up, you do not actually get another turn. It wastes your entire turn. Which, the reason why this is significant is because if you get ganged up on by a bunch of bats, they can very easily stun lock you, because the moment you wake up, they can then all four attack you, and one of them probably puts you to sleep. They only have like a 10% chance to put you to sleep, but still. Yeah. Oh hey, you actually managed to hit. I am surprised. Watch, now they're going to hit every time or something. May is getting hurt. May is getting hurt. May is getting hurt. Oh, but yes, that's very rude. I see a lot of people are having a conversation in Storm, but I can't exactly check that right now. Oh, and they just put Max to sleep. You just saw that. Now asleep. Which, by the way, I want to point out, remember that this game has random turns? sleep only expires on your turn. It's randomly determined how long sleep lasts, and if you combine that with the fact that turns are randomly determined, sometimes someone's asleep for a little bit amount of time, and sometimes people are just asleep for fucking ever. And there's like nothing you can do about it. It's just all up to the game randomly determining. With Blink being worried, being sick a bit too. Okay. I hope they're okay. I hope they recover. So yeah, they don't do that much damage, but they can just stun lock you effectively, and there's sometimes nothing you can do about it, because getting hit won't wake you up in this game. Deal. Oop, miss. I'm gonna call out every time we miss them. Oh, Max woke up, but he didn't get a turn. See if they put him back to sleep before the guy manages to get that turn. Most enemies, by the way, have like a low chance to just dodge, but these guys have a really high chance. Let's go ahead and heal Max. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, go down here and attack this. Hey, you killed it and leveled up? No level up. Unfortunate. So yeah, when have fun, Blue, when you play this game and you have to fight giant bats. And you get infuriated by how little you can actually hit them. By the way, there is no accuracy stat in this game, so you cannot improve your accuracy. You just have to kind of hope you can eventually hit them. Oh, that was a hit. Reminds me of XCOM. I've never played XCOM. I'll take your word for that. Burn! Burn them! Blaze 2! By the way, you don't have to worry about friendly fire when it comes to magic in the game. There is no friendly fire for magic. Thankfully. So you don't have to worry about punching your allies in the face with magic. Tactical shooter where your accuracy can miss a lot. Ah, so, like rats from Fallout? I know rats from Fallout. Not even at 100% is the meme. Ah. That reminds me of the original Pokemon and the 256 glitch. Where even attacks with a 100% accuracy and stuff that's never supposed to miss has a like 1 in 256 chance of just missing anyway. There's a miss. Okay, here's another kill. Oh, that actually hit. Wow, they're doing exceptionally well for hitting today. Thirder's seen how low this can get sometimes. Oh, not making that up. It's not impossible to hit them. You can do it. It's just not the easiest thing in the world. And it's entirely RNG based. Sometimes you just get good rolls, sometimes you don't. Like right now, they seem to be merciful towards me and I'm hitting them a lot. Oh, and we leveled up. Hey! Hey, that's pretty good. My favorite quote for Gen 1 was when someone was asking why is sleep allowed in Gen 1 for Pokemon Showdown and why it's banned in Gen 5. Sleep is broken in Gen 1, as is everything else. Yeah. I don't know of a single thing that is not broken in Gen 1. Do we even need to talk about the interactions that both Hyper Beam and Substitute has? Or just, you know, Substitute in general in Gen 1, and all the various bugs that stupid thing has. Heck, the Trainer Fly glitch exists in Gen 1. Yep. Gen 1 was one of the few generations of Pokemon I played, though it was not my favorite generation. The one that I played the most was probably Gen 3, actually. That was probably the one that I played the most often as a kid. Just because of my handheld devices, the Game Boy Advance was the one I held for the longest, with the second longest one being the 3DS. If you had a long-range lance, I would use it. I hear a wild dad. I never really understood why certain mechanics are bannable. I mean, I get it, but it's like... I never understood why certain moves are determined to be not skill, and certain moves are determined to actually be skill. It's like... It seems incredibly arbitrary to me. I don't see the point in it being the way it is. I know there's probably some good reason for a lot of it, but still, take your time, Blue. It's like, why are certain things determined to be skillful and certain things determined not to be? Is it? I don't know. It just always was weird to me. mean, what's the skill difference between clicking sleep powder substitute and spamming stuff? Right? What's the skill difference between, you know, what's the skill difference between sweeping an opponent's team and getting 6 stacks of evasion up? Right, versus using belly drum and spamming extreme speed. Is it, I mean, the only thing I ever saw as like a legitimate argument for like why dodging and stuff is not allowed is because of the fact that, oh, it adds more RNG into battles. And I'm like, do you realize how much RNG is already in Pokemon battles anyway? Also, why does that matter? I'm not sure why RNG actually matters. By the way, that was not impressive. Magic automatically hits in the game. So it doesn't matter how much dodge rate that has, I could believe. Anyway, I don't know why it actually matters. If RNG is a problem, my moves, we should ban all moves that aren't 100% accurate. Yeah, that's what I mean. If RNG is the problem, then 1, why aren't you banning other moves that have RNG? And 2, why are you playing Pokemon? Here's the thing. RNG is an intrinsic part of Pokemon. Why are you playing this game if you hate RNG so much? Why not just move to a different competitive game that doesn't have as much RNG? And what about the moves that have an additional effect? Right, with a low chance of happening. You know, why isn't just spamming ancient power bans? You know, because, oh, you might get Omni stacks on that thing. You know, like Flamethrower, there's RNG involved. Do you burn or not? Right? It's like, so, I always thought it was really weird that it's like, oh, hey, Sandvale Sandstorm is banned. You know, you can't have both a Sandstorm and Sandvale. You can't have Sandvale Garchomp. You know, it's like, really? And I get the whole organizing Pokemon to tiers thing. That makes sense to me. You know, organizing Pokemon to specific tiers depending on how powerful they are and etc, etc. That all makes sense to me. What doesn't is when some Pokemon, like, when specific movesets of Pokemon are banned. You know, like, for example, Sandvale Garchomp. Wait, Garchomp is allowed, but specifically that combination is not? Yeah, V12 versus Metagross. I don't specifically know the one about that one. You know. And and for some Pokemon, it's like, if you ban certain strategies, then you ban the entire gimmick of that Pokemon. You know? There are certain Pokemon where, because of what you do, you ban their entire use case. Like, Baton Pass, for example. Baton Pass is a move that is really cool and really nice, and is also, in my opinion, skillful. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Smurf. But still, it's quite skillful, and yet, you know, it's banned. Because, oh hey, it promotes stally playstyles. But for people that want to drag out games. And I'm like, but previously you said it's skillful, and also there's certain Pokemon where their entire gimmick is that they're Baton Pass, and that's really cool and powerful. And why is this not allowed? you know, how is it not skillful to try and set up a baton pass team? Speaking of, I saw the Pika Spree started his 4th Smeargle-only playthrough. Pokemon Black this time. Ah, okay. Yeah, Smeargle has a very unique ability that makes it banned in almost everything except Ubers. And Ubers, keep in mind, Smeargle is only allowed in the tier that legendaries are stuck in. Keep that in mind. They're only allowed in the tier that legendaries are stuck in. So, Smeargle's now a legendary Pokemon? Question mark? Even then, not even all legendaries are in there. So what? The legendaries that aren't in there are suddenly weaker than Smeargle? Is that what you're saying? It's really weird to me. It's always been weird. For those of you wondering why I'm not focusing on the game too much, this is a Variety Friday where I just kind of do what I want to, and yeah, this is a super chill, relaxed day, as the stream title says. I just kind of hang out and I'm making up lost time in my game. Mega Rayquaza, anyone? Yeah, Mega Rayquaza. Mega Mewtwo. Well, Mewtwo in Gen 1 is another one. Mewtwo in Gen 1 was just straight up banned, but then again, that one makes a little bit more sense given how strong Mewtwo was in Gen 1, and how strong Amnesia was in Gen 1. Because you can pretty much sweep the Elite Four with just Mewtwo in Gen 1. So yeah, I think Mega Rayquaza got booted out of Ubers. Oh wow! You can get booted out of Ubers? I didn't even know that. Holy shit, I didn't even know that was a thing. Also, by the way, is my audio still okay? Is the audio balance still good? Okay, also I was supposed to repeat that fight. Whoops. Oh, here's a funny bug you can do. So, normally, yeah, I'm tempted if I should reload save or not. Also, normally you cannot access the B screen right now. However, there's actually a little bug where if you use magic or like use an attack, if you use magic and you hold down A as you use it, you can actually click on your character as if you had pressed B, even though you're not in a battle right now and you aren't supposed to be able to access this outside of a battle. So that's a thing you can do. I don't know if you can do it everywhere, but I know you can do it after you've completed a battle, but are still in the battle screen. Whatever, we're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on. You get that way. Oh. By the way, very few dialogue and choices in this game actually change anything whatsoever. They usually just change a few lines of text, but there's no way that you can actually deviate the story in this game. Just FYI. So if you see me just hold A through text, that's the reason why. It's because it literally changes them. I want that power potion. The only way to access it is to get you to throw me in the water. So, you, lady, throw me in the water. Whee! That's automated movement, by the way. I can't move freely. So I'm just going to watch, because I'm just going to press down once. There we go. And it just automatically moves me all the way up here. Also, you can't push the cart anymore. The medical herb. This place has a lot of treasure. Feeling Z. Gong, continue to be a pack. Oh. Oh. I'm just gonna use power potion right away. I'm just gonna use this stuff right away. But yeah, increase the attack level by 1. I'm curious if there are any other Pokemon that are too strong for freaking Ubers. Probably, Pokemon Legends Arceus. The actual Arceus from Pokemon Legends Arceus. I'm pretty sure that's too strong for Ubers. Given how stupidly strong that one. Spoilers for Pokemon Legends Arceus. I mean, I figured it wasn't that bad of a spoiler considering the fact his name is in the darn game. So you figure he's there somewhere, but still. Minor spoilers that yes, Pokemon God is in the game named after Pokemon God. I'm sure Blue could tell you about that when they come back. The Sword Dog from Pokemon Sword is not in Ubers either. Yep, because that is freaking powerful. That is the strongest Pokemon in that entire game. And you actually know that if you watch the Jaden animation video, because I actually brought up that that dog is the strongest Pokemon in the entire game in that video. So, yes, you actually already knew that, starter, probably. In some capacity. I mean, you can be the strongest without being banned. Fair, fair. But no, it's banned. So, I don't know if I actually talked to this character last time, so I'm just going to go ahead and read out her dialogue, if that's okay. Greetings, Max. Greetings. My powers, I can see the future. Care to know your fate? Death lies to the north. Go back to Guardiana, where your doom awaits if you continue. So, fun fact, you can actually go back to Guardiana. Because it's still right here. However, doing so serves very little purpose, but while I'm here, I'm going to buy some weapons. But I just wanted to point out that you actually can come back to Guardiana, but it doesn't actually do anything. Also, I gave that lance to the wrong person. Give this to you. Nope, everyone's good. Especially since the only other band I was aware of no longer exists in Gen 8. Ah, so the Mega Rayquaza one no longer exists? Wait, what? Gork can be recruited twice? Wait, what? This is new. Are you power leveling a bit in this battle? That's some high levels. Yep. You already have Gork? Yeah, I already have Gork. And I was evidently able to recruit him again. Yeah, I have a certain rule set that I'm doing for myself that basically forces me to power level. Well, the Mega Evolutions are 9 Gen 8. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Ruffle my pancake. That's a funny name. Yeah, this is a Variety Friday stream where I'm just chill and I'm getting back to a place I was before because, I lost a bunch of progress last Tuesday, so I'm getting back to there. But currently the rule set is that, 1, if I level up in a battle, I have to restart the battle and try it again. 2, if any character dies in the battle, I have to restart the battle and try again. And then 3, if I get a new character that does not fit into the party, I need to swap out whatever my highest level character is, whatever my lowest level character is. And that's my current rule set for this playthrough. And I'm not reading dialogue because I already went through here on Tuesday. I just need to get back to where I was. But yeah, that is the current rule set I am playing under, which basically forces me to power level, which does 2 things. Number 1, it causes people to be higher level so you can actually see a lot of these higher level characters. And also 2, it extends the playthrough so that it actually takes longer so I can have a longer series. Oh, you're going to be forced to use some awful characters. Yep, that's part of the point as well. You let every single character shine. Even the terrible ones. I'm making one exception though, and that's for Jogurt, because I'm not going to put Jogurt on my team, and I don't care. He's a Joe character anyway, so he is outside the normal rule set. Everyone else though is fair game. Even the really terrible characters, fair game. But yeah, that's my self-imposed rule. Jogurt's perfect though. You can win every battle without him. Every leveling up. JK. Yeah, I know. I know that's a joke. Now, if you said that about Jogurt, I would actually believe you. Let me go ahead and trade this. Trade this middle sword over to you. I'm holding on to the promotion. I'm holding on to the stat up items until my characters actually come up. Jogurt. Yes. That's how you spell that name. It's not yogurt, it's Jogurt. His name literally starts with the word. He's basically a Jogurt the Yogurt. I like to make the joke of he's Jogurt Joestar, as in he's a JoJo feel I heard that name before. I have no clue where it's from, though. I mentioned it earlier in this stream, if that's what you're thinking of. But now I'm just imagining Yogurt as a JoJo character. If you do not know Raffle My Pancakes, I have played this game for over 2 decades now. This is a nostalgic game for me that I've played ever since I was really young. And I've loved this game ever since. Are there more treasures down here? I forget. Oh no, this is where I get locked up, right. Do 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 do. Welcome to the channel. I will be uploading this video a week after it is recorded, and I'll post it on YouTube. Before 1014 on YouTube. And if you want to check out my Discord server, it's in my Twitch profile as well as the description of this YouTube. Say hi to YouTube, by the way, Raffle My Pancake, because you'll be seen on YouTube as well. Okay. Kane. You're attacking all this sort of stuff. I get it. We've already read all this story before, so we'll skip through this. We are currently about 5 hours into this stream. I stream 6 hours every day from Monday to Friday. And we're 5 hours into this stream. Okay, we're just about to where we were before. Yeah, I'll make a record. And I'll go ahead and press F. Well, not right now. Okay, now I'll press F5. Check the doors. Park solid. Chris comes in, saves us. Not Deltarune Chris, different Chris. And yeah, this is that woman with a horse head I was talking about before. This is one of my favorite games, played since around it came out. Cool! I was born in 1993, so I couldn't have played it when it came out. But this is one of my favorite games, and I'm playing this on the Sega Genesis Master Collection thing on Steam. So, which is currently 63% off if you want to go buy it. You can buy the entire collection, or you can just buy this game specifically. It has like 60-ish Sega Genesis games now. But yes, I am playing it in an official capacity. Isn't Jogurt some small animal? I think I've seen a joke video on a Shining Force game with a cute animal with a helmet. Yes, Jogurt is a hamster with a helmet that's like 4 feet tall. I'm just a few years older. I got magic right on a spelling test in 1st grade because of this game. Aw, that's adorable. So this is our... Oh! We have someone dead. I did not realize we had someone dead. Hold on. Hold on. I need to go revive that person. Continue. I forgot someone was dead and I didn't even check. I've never had to walk back up that hallway before. I've always walked down it, but I've never actually had to walk back up it. Yeah, gone, done. That's unfortunate. So yeah, what do you think of the rule set that I put for myself, by the way, Raffle? It is very long. This is just my way to make it actually an extended series, so I'm not just blowing through the game in 4 live streams, which I could very easily do. Also, by the way, this will be a 100% playthrough, as in I will be getting every single character, and I'll try to get every single secret item. Oh, right. We have not actually seen this yet. I forgot about that, so I actually need to egress out of here. I was lurking while working for a couple hours. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, thank you for the follow. Yeah, if you want to watch me play this game more often, come by Tuesdays, because on Tuesdays, I'll be playing this game. I'll be playing this game every Tuesday until we complete it. Yeah. Alright, so this is where I'm going to call it for today. Could load up some Final Fantasy XIV, but honestly, I don't really feel like doing that. It's only 5 hours into the stream though, but it's Variety Friday. I can do whatever I want, so I'm just gonna end the stream. Yep. If you I'll leave it up. If you would like to come by and watch it more, just swing by every Tuesday. I start streaming at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for 6 hours, so 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard, which I believe is like 2 p.m. to like 8 p.m. GMT, what that's worth. Okay. Streamers, people in Twitch chat, stick around. I'm going to do the outro for YouTube, and then we'll go ahead and raid somebody. Thank you all for watching, everyone out to YouTube. Check out my stuff in the description, and I'll see y'all later. Bye.